All right, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Theme 4, the executive. When we study the executive for theme 4, we are going to be essentially covering 4 things, right? First things first, we will do this comparatively. You will have the union executive and you will have the state executive. At the union level, we will have the president. At the state level, we would have the counterpart, governor. Then you will have your council of ministers here and council of ministers here. These are the primary 4 topics that we are going to be covering for theme number 4. Now, the idea is you must understand the layout of this theme. You must understand the implications of this theme and how this theme has to be executed for this exam. Now what happens is, when I keep executive at the center of it, there are essentially 3 things which are directly related to the executive. The 3 things that we mentioned here. You have president, you have governor, and you have ministers. But whether these ministers are union ministers or state ministers, irrespective, what happens is each of these will apply to certain larger concepts. For example, they will also play a role in federalism. They will also play a role in understanding emergency, which is an applied concept of the federal setup of India. They will also play a role in understanding separation of powers. And one of the powers that the president and governor has is called ordinances. And ordinances is actually a function of separation of powers. It is a critique of separation of powers, because you are effectively bypassing the legislature and therefore getting to making a law. Are we clear on this? And finally, you will also have certain civil services which are attached to it, because ultimately they are also what are called the executive. And this civil services would lead to UPSC, would lead to state public service commissions, would lead to civil services reforms, and would also lead to good governance. Which is why I have kept civil services as a separate theme for you, because it has to be done in that amount of degree of comprehensiveness and interrelation. Do we understand this? What we are now getting into, theme 4, theme 5, theme 6, theme 7, they are all going to be interrelated to each other, right? Now, what I am specifically not doing in theme number 4, which I will do in theme number 5, is to explain the concept of elections to you. Certain key terms: first past the post, proportional representation, an analysis of both of them, an analysis of presidential versus parliamentary. It will make more sense in theme number 5, because that's when we are doing legislatures. Elections are born for legislatures. So even if I'm using words like proportional representation, single transferable vote, when I use them for the president, don't worry. We will do this in a great amount of detail in theme number 5. Right now, just as a reference point. So you have to be very careful in terms of organizing your preparation. Because what is happening is, both in the pre and the mains, questions are collectively asked from here and questions are collectively asked from here. So you have to bifurcate. So when we are referring to the executive, we are referring to the constitutional arrangement of the executive. And that is how the constitution has also arranged. If you look at part 5 and part 6, it refers to ministers, governors, central ministers and state ministers. It does not refer to civil services. It does not get into that domain. However, when we are doing the executive, I will also ensure that we do ordinances. But when we do separation of powers as a separate theme, we will also use ordinances as an example of separation of powers. Do we understand the nature? So this is the execution framework. Now our first step is to figure out exactly how does the syllabus deal with the executive. Now when we are referring to the prelim syllabus, we know that the prelim syllabus is not written in a very concise form, not in a very explanatory form. In the prelims, there are essentially two things that could be correlated to the executive. One is the prelim syllabus itself mentions the word constitution, and second, it refers to the words political system. Both of these are closely linked to our executive. The role of the president determines our political system. The positioning of our ministers determines our political system. Are we clear with this? Do we understand this? Yes. Now, as far as our mains is concerned, you have a direct main syllabus and you have an indirect mains syllabus. As far as the direct main syllabus is concerned, the 6th line of your main syllabus says structure, organization and functioning of the executive. That's the first part. It says structure, organization and functioning of the executive. That's the first part. The second part, this is a polity, right? Yes, okay. So that's the first part. The second part is, it also refers to ministries and departments of the government. Are we clear on this? Yes. This is again non-civil services. When you're talking about ministries and departments, you're talking about the organization of ministries. So in the mains exam, specifically, these two parts are directly related to executive: president, governor, central ministers and state ministers. Now apart from this, certain indirect parts is where you will still use this. For example, functions and responsibilities of the union and the states, right? Though the word federalism is also not mentioned in the main syllabus. Your main syllabus has functions and responsibilities of union and states. So when you study federalism, you will understand that the president and the governor play a very strong role in determining the kind of federalism you have. Yes, because if the president has the powers to issue emergency, it is demonstrating a centralizing character of our federal setup. Do we understand this? Good. 2, because of ordinances and the power of ordinances, separation of powers, which is clearly given in your main syllabus, it also gets affected. Are we okay with this? Yes? All right. Now, apart from this, there is nothing else per se that you will particularly see to be relevant. In a very small form of context, when we study legislatures and we study qualifications, disqualifications, you'll see the president and the governor play a certain role when it comes to disqualification of members, with certain parliamentary procedures, with certain calling of joint settings. So in legislatures, qualifications, disqualifications, when it comes to parliamentary procedures, when it comes to parliamentary business, when it comes to parliamentary committees, they are going to be playing a role. For example, the president causes for reports of parliamentary committees to be laid on the floor of the parliament. So this is the ecosystem, and that is why it becomes very difficult to organize this ecosystem, which is why we only start with president, governor, council of ministers at the union, council of ministers at the states. Once we are done with this, we then apply it to everything else. Are we okay with this? Yes. If we are okay with this, then we must first understand what kind of questions have come in the last few years with respect to the exam, both pre and the mains. Very few questions, not many, but questions have largely come from the same areas. It will help us solve a lot of doubts, right? And there has been some very weird questions also that they have asked, especially with respect to the president. So when we look at the PYQ analysis for the prelims, as far as the executive is concerned, let's broadly understand the kind of questions that have been asked. Okay, we do this reverse chronologically for the last 10 years. 2011, 0 questions, nothing. It is not a high frequency topic. Unlike theme 3, where every year you will have a question, there is no such compulsion for 2011. Now, 2012, there were 2 questions that were asked. The first question was the whole president to lay reports before the parliament. So it was one of the functions of the president with respect to parliamentary committees. Now just remember, whenever I write press, it means president. Whenever I write P, it means parliament. L means legislature, E means executive, J means judiciary, and GOV is governor, not government. Okay, so the functions of the president, and one of the functions of the president is to lay the reports of committees before the parliament. There was one question on that. The second question was again on the function of the president with respect to the appointment of ministers. Who appoints the prime minister of the country and who appoints the rest of the ministers? So the president appointing ministers. Very basic question, very basic. Not even an article was asked. Even if you have gone through the bare text of the constitution, it is more than enough. They will never ask you any political conditionality. Whatever you read in the newspapers about political circumstances with respect to the governor, with respect to the president, will never be asked in the prelims exam. The governor every year has been in the news for some reason or the other. Sometimes because of anti-defection law, sometimes because of ordinances, Sometimes because of formation of government, there has never been a question. Political circumstances are not converted into questions. Please remember this very, very carefully. In 2013, they shifted to the governor. They asked a very basic question. The first question was, who appoints the governor? I know this is very simple, but they still asked. These are takeaway questions. Who appoints the governor? And then they asked a constitutional principle, a principle that we will be getting into, which is collective responsibility of the ministers. Who are the ministers collectively responsible to? Who are they individually responsible to? Very basic question. Again, a specific provision has not been asked. What has been asked is what you understand from those. Do you even need to remember any article number for the prelims from here? No, not at all. But you need to know the content of it. You need to know what the constitution is primarily telling. Okay? Now, in 2014, you had 3 questions. Again, the question came from functions of the president. This was about the president making rules for ministries. The power of the president to make allocation of business rules for ministries. In 2014, the first question was on this. Second question, because constitutionally, only the governor has discretion. The president does not have any constitutional discretion. The president has situational discretion. The governor also has situational discretion. What if there is no political party in majority? Both of them have equal discretion. But constitutionally, only and only the governor has discretion. So the question was on the constitutional discretion of the governor. Simple. This was a question on governor reserving a bill for the assent of the president. And the governor can reserve any bill as far as the assent of the president is concerned. Are we clear? And now, for the first time, you see a question on the functions of the cabinet secretariat. Very rarely has the UPSC asked questions on civil services in the prelims. 1 or 2 times. There have been 3 questions on civil services. Functions of cabinet secretariat, something called the Civil Services Board, and the third question was, what is the purpose of bureaucracy? That's it. These are the 3 questions. 2 were easy questions, 1 was a tough question. Are we clear on this? Because this slowly gets into the domain of governance. Slowly gets into the domain of governance. Are we clear on this? Yes? Excellent. Now, in 2015, you have 2 questions. One is a conceptual question. The other is a completely factual question. The question was, who is the executive head of the country? Is it the president? Is it the prime minister? Right? So, we'll figure this out. And the second question was on the Civil Services Board. Who's the head? Who's the chairperson of the Civil Services Board? Is it the Prime Minister? Is it the Cabinet Secretary? Is it the Minister of Personnel and Grievances? Is it the PMO? Who is it? So, I would call this as a relatively tough question. Okay? Now, in 2016, again a tough question, because most people would have not done this. Who appoints the chief secretary of a state? A lot of people got this question wrong. Now this is not strictly executive, this is civil services, we will cover it, but the person appointing the chief secretary, is it the president, is it the governor, is it the governor on advice of the CM, who is appointing the chief secretary? So it is that intersection, remember we spoke about, on one side you have the president, on the other side you have civil services. So the functions, they have gone beyond the actual functions written in the constitution, which is why you will now see a change of trend. They, for the first 5 years, have asked very, very simple questions. They've given the marks to you. But slowly over the last 5-6 years, the papers have gotten very, very tough, especially with respect to president and governor. So we have to be very careful. Now in 2017, you had 3 questions, amazing 3 questions. One was directly related to this and 2 were impacts of this. So the first question in 2017 was a public administration governor question with respect to reforms to the office of the governor. And they did not ask you technical question, they asked you which of the following committees has suggested reforms to the office of the governor. They did not ask you what reforms, they did not ask you specifics. Was it the Punchi Commission? Was it the Sarkaria Commission? Was it administrative reforms? Which one is most known for reforms to governor? This means, unlike theme 3, where you can clearly segregate pre and mains, in theme 4, it has to be done parallelly. It has to be done with a degree of seamlessness. Do we understand this? Excellent. Now apart from this, because we are talking about forms of government, right? Now this technically doesn't come under theme 4, it is half theme 4, half theme 5. They asked you the form and the purpose of the cabinet form of government. Don't get confused with the word cabinet form of government. Cabinet form is basically the same thing as a parliamentary form of government. This has nothing to do with some ministers being cabinet ministers. What this has got to do with is cabinet form and parliamentary form of government. Do we understand this? Are we clear with this? Okay. And third question, a question which links precedent to emergency. The question was, what is the impact? What happens to fundamental rights? And what happens to state legislatures in case of Article 356? So President's powers to impose emergency, which is a function of federalism. You cannot study theme 4, 5, 6 in isolation. They will keep coming back to each other. Questions will be a combination of 4, 5 and 6. 4 is executive, 5 is legislature, 6 is judiciary, 7 is separation of powers, 8 is federalism. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 have to always be done together. Questions will have options from all of these 4 together. Like how we had preamble rights, DPSP and duties options together. Here in the prelims, you will have options from 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 together. So you have to be careful. One doesn't have to be a little taken aback by it, because your 4 golden rules of polity, you would remember: democratic mandate, federal balance, separation of powers and checks and balances. They are more than enough to answer most questions that come from here. You can easily eliminate half the options. So you have a natural advantage here. In theme 3, you have to use your current knowledge. Theme 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, more than half of your questions can be easily answered with something called your golden rules. Okay? Understood this? Yes? Okay. So 2017. Now 2018 again, you will see a slight change in the kind of questions that have been asked. For the first time, they have gotten into the details of how a presidential election is conducted. 2017 was the presidential election. 2018, they asked you a question on presidential election. They asked this in mains also, and here in prelims. Here they asked you, with respect to a presidential election, the value of a vote, the value of an MP vote and the value of an MLA vote for the first time. You could have solved this through rule number 2, center stronger than the states, but it was the first time they got into the maths behind a presidential election. And they've generally been asking constitutional discretion of the governor. They here asked you governor immunities and privileges. Simple question, but a question from the basic institutional setup of governor. Now, you remember they asked you the impact of 356 in 2017? In 2018, they asked you the impact of 352. This is national emergency. 356 is state emergency. So they changed the nature of emergency, but the nature of the question remained the same. Clear? Understood? Good. And the last 4 years, 2019, they took a gap. 2020, a very interesting question on the characteristics of bureaucracy. That's it. One question on the characteristics of bureaucracy. Bas. You could have answered this question by simply knowing what the bureaucracy does. The devil's advocate method, that is more than enough to solve a question like this, or even the cabinet government question. Now, this is 2020. In 2021 again, you have one question. This was a pure PubAd expert question. It was unbelievable they asked this. They mentioned a random committee called Gopala Swami Iyengar Committee and their reforms to ministerial structures. On whether the office of ministerial reforms should be brought under the PMO or not, right? It was a tough question. It was a question on ministerial reforms. And by the way, the UPSC cancelled this question because they themselves did not have the answer to this. Yes, they had to cancel this question, and everybody who attempted this question got marks as the correct answer, no matter what you attempted, because there was a problem with the way the question was framed. Okay, now 2022, two questions. One, the role of the president with respect to veto powers. So you had a question with respect to functions of the president, very specifically with respect to constitutional amendments. And second was, how many ministers can exist at the central level and at the state level? So ministerial ranks, that is it. Now in 2023, this is where things become a little interesting, because in 2023 they've asked two questions. Both of them have been very technical questions. They have been tough questions. The first question that they asked in 2023 was a combination of three things, three statements. The first statement was, if a presidential election is declared void, if a president's election is declared illegal, then what happens to everything that that president has done while the person was the president? First option. The second option was, if you want to postpone a presidential election, it can be done so on the grounds that a legislative assembly has been dissolved and elections are yet to take place. Can that happen? The answer is no, it's not necessary. 3. If a bill has been presented to the president, then the constitution gives you a time limit for the president to say yes or no. The third option was easy, but the first two options were tough. The problem is also not with the option. The problem is the options to the statements. Because 2023 introduced only 1 is correct, only 2 is correct, only 3 is correct, none are correct. So 2023 had a star question on the impact of illegal presidential elections to postponing presidential elections, and 3, time limit. To my mind, a ridiculous question. The statements are amazing, but the way the options have been created, that becomes tough. Now, apart from this, the next question that was asked was with respect to, again, remember the maths behind presidential elections? Very specifically, they've asked the value of the vote of Pondicherry versus Delhi. Very, very explicitly. So, details of the maths behind presidential elections. Okay, clear? So, these are the kind of questions that are asked. Now, if you generally see the pattern, it is cyclical in nature. If they have asked you in 2023 such complicated details of the presidential election, that means something would have happened in 22 for it to be asked. See, you must always remember, when you look at current affairs cycles, for the prelims, it is 1 year to the prelims. And for the mains, it is generally January of that year. This is your max current affairs cycle. So for a question to be asked in pre-2024, it should technically be relevant from June or July 2023. Technically. If this is also too much, September or October 2023, this is non-negotiable. For the mains 2024 to ask you a question, it should be relevant from Jan 2024. So when the prelims in 2023 is asking you two very, very complicated questions, it's because we got a new president in 2022. This is why. Understood? So this gives us a risk-taking ability. In 2024, is there going to be a complicated question on presidential elections? The answer is no. We have to still prepare it, but we don't have to go crazy just because they asked a complicated question in 2023. Do we understand this? Yes. So our general prelims analysis is very, very clear. How do we go about it? We don't need to discuss actual constitutional provisions in class anymore, but I would always request you every day on a homework basis, read the text of the Constitution. Because now we don't have to do this in detail. For rights, we had to do every line. So you'll have, whatever we study today, you have to read the Constitution, just that, for the same class and come back tomorrow, right? So our first point of analysis is bare text of the constitution is more than enough. You do not require genuinely anything else as far as your basic understanding is concerned. Are we clear on this? Yes? ठीक है. 2. Your golden rules are more than enough to sail you through most questions as far as theme number 4 is concerned. 3. Specific issues are not important. The law behind the specific issues is important. If the governor is in news for political reasons, the provisions guiding those political reasons, they are important. Basically, if you have gone through explained or text and context, explained is Indian Express and text and context is the Hindu. If you have gone through either of these two for 6 to 8 months before the mains exam, before the prelims, it is more than enough. You do not require anything else. Are we clear on this? Yes? Very important. This also means no articles have to be remembered at all. Article numbers करने की जरूरत नहीं कि 79 क्या कहता है, 55 क्या कहता है, 54 क्या कहता है. It is not asked. As long as you know what they are trying to say, it is more than enough. Are we clear on this? Yes? ठीक है. Now we come to the mains. Mains, there are barely 5 questions that have been asked. And each of those 5 questions have a very clear-cut context as to why they are asked. So you'll be able to very easily predict if in the mains this year there is going to be a question. Are we okay with this? All right. Done. In the mains, we'll start chronologically. We had no question in 2013. We had one question in 2014. I will tell you the question and I will tell you the reason or the context of that question. The reason this question was asked is because it was there in the news and almost everybody would have read about it. This question was again with respect to the president and the power of the president to commute something called death penalty. So the president can commute death penalty, and sometimes the president is delayed in doing so. So I'll say the question in front of you. Listen to the question carefully. The question was, instances of the president's delay in commuting death sentences has come under public debate as denial of justice. Instances of the president in delaying the commutation of death sentences, basically forgiving a death sentence. You will no longer be hanged until death, but the president delays it so much that it causes what is called a denial of justice. Goes back to the larger question of, is justice delayed, justice denied? A primary ethical conflict. So this was the statement. This was not even the question. The statement was, instances of the president's delay in commuting death sentences has therefore led to the view that it is a denial of justice. Now the question was, should there be a time limit specified to the president to accept or reject such petitions? And then analyze. It was a 12.5 marker. Now you must understand, this kind of a question has two parts. First, there is a statement which is in itself an opinion. And then there is the second part, which is specifically asking for a solution. This question has two parts. That the president delaying it has come under public debate and is viewed as denial of justice. Full stop. Second statement, should there be a time limit? And this is a 12.5 marker. So the first thing you have to do is check the number of marks this question has. If it is a 12.5 marker, that means both the statements have to be addressed in equal detail. This part about delay and therefore denial of justice also has to be answered. And then, should there be a timeline? Are we clear on this? Understood? Now, in 2014, because of such a delay, any idea who was the president in 2014? Yes. APJ Abdul Kalam was super fast. Pranab Mukherjee was super slow. Kalam Saab was latkao. Never gave any clemency, rarely. And Pranav Saab was nahi. I want to go through this in detail. Right? In 2014, the Supreme Court commuted, which means let go of 15 death penalties simply on the grounds that there was a delay in their execution. And because it was such a long delay, it violated their right to life and dignity. It happened in 2014 itself. Now tell me something. Would this have been in the news for at least 1 month? Yes or no? Would your compilations definitely have this, yes or no? This is not something which is hidden away, tucked in some random corner. You don't have to dig deeper for questions from here. Again, they took an issue and they asked you a basic question on that issue. They asked you the public debate. This is nothing but justice delayed versus justice denied. The arguments for justice delayed is justice denied is effectively the same thing. You just have to add the word precedent here. Yes or no? And specifically answer, should there be a timeline? Now tell me something. Would editorials of 2014 not have answered this question? They would have. Yes. This is even if you had just read either the Hindu or the Indian Express from Jan of that year, you should have answered that question. Easily. Easily. Are we clear on this? So this question might seem tough, but in 2014 was a very predictable question. Understood? All right. Now, after this, in 2014 itself, this question came from the ministry's part of it. Very interesting question. Very, very interesting. The question was, the size of the cabinet should be as big as the work that is justified. The number of ministers should justify as much as the work is, and should only be as big as the Prime Minister can manage. Question samajh mein aaya? The size of the cabinet should be as big as the governmental work justifies and as big as the Prime Minister can manage as a team. Now, you must also understand this is just when the pattern has changed. UPSC question makers are also a little worried. कितना पबैट घुसेड़े, कितना गवर्नेंस घुसेड़े, because this is not pure polity, this is pabad 101. The size of the cabinet is a public administration question, it is not a legal question. So then the question was, how far is the efficacy of a government then inversely related to the size of a cabinet? This is nothing but a management question. कम मिनिस्टर ज्यादा एफिशिएंट, ज्यादा मिनिस्टर ज्यादा प्रोसीजरल डिले, ज्यादा रेड टेपिज्म, ज्यादा काउंटर क्वेश्चंस. That is the question. Is this anything to do with law? No. It is public administration. So we have to prepare it accordingly. So your question is size of a cabinet versus efficiency of government. Now, why would this question be asked in 2014? Because 2014 is change of government year. When the new government came in, NDA 1, it only had 23 ministries and it was in the news a lot. And the outgoing government, UPA 1, because it was an alliance, it was a coalition. So you had to keep a lot of people happy. And how you keep a lot of people happy is by allocating ministerial berths to them, right? Which is why the previous government, UPA 2, had 32 ministries. NDA 1 had 23. UPA 2 had 32. So when the new government was formed, there were a series of editorials. This would have happened in May, June. 2014 mains used to happen in December, 6 months before the mains exam. 6 months. So you must also understand, UPSC calendars have changed after COVID. 2019 mains used to happen in December. Post 2019, mains now happens in August, September. Yes? Yes. So it has been lucky for you, your time frame has been reduced. If the mains were in December, you would have to go through 3 more months of current affairs. Now January onwards is more than enough. You'll anyways take a month break for the pre. Yes? Now, and especially this year is even going to be interesting because it's an election year. So very few policy decisions are going to be taken. But you see, 2014 was an election year, 2019 is an election year, and 2024 is an election. Whenever there is an election year, there are larger questions of ministries, of voter behavior, of parliamentary system, of hate speech. Remember theme 3? Yes. So you have to carefully see the kind of editorials that come in the news. Apolitical ones, which are giving you trends about democracy. Your short guaranteed questions in 2024 mains. Okay? So this is the kind of question they had asked. Simple. This is again a simple subdivision question. Advantages of big government, disadvantages of small government. Impact on efficiency, positive impact, negative impact. So the right size of the government depends on the right work of the government. Over specialization is a problem, under specialization is a problem. Basic PubAd issues. But in questions like these, articulation matters, content matters, international examples matter, past experiences matter. Like for example, in UP, we've had a separate minister for bamboo and a separate minister for timber. Yes. We've had a sports minister and we've had a cocoa minister. Yes. So all of this links to what? Parliamentary democracy. Links to what? Multi-party democracy. Links to what? Single party versus coalition. The strength of the number of ministers would also depend on whether you're a majority party government, you're a majority government or you're a coalition government. Yes or no? So this is actually a polity plus governance plus pub-ad question. It doesn't fit into the governance syllabus, so it fits into polity. Do we understand this? Yes? Good. In 2015, a direct question on ordinances. A direct question on ordinances. Direct question. So let's understand what this question is. You will generally see questions to be very elaborate. I'll tell you the question and then I'll tell you why the question was asked. The question was, resorting to ordinances has always raised the concern on violation of separation of powers. Remember I told you, the UP also, SC also views ordinances as a violation of separation of powers. Because it is. The executive is effectively making a law. Even if it is a temporary law, it is the executive which is actually making a law. It's problematic. It will always be problematic. Are we clear on this? Yes? Excellent. So therefore, ordinances is a function of separation of power. So the first line is, ordinances are generally concerned or criticized that they may violate separation of powers. Look at how neutral the question is. The question is, while noting the rationale behind the power to promulgate ordinances, while noting the rationale justifying the power to promulgate ordinances, analyze whether the decisions of the Supreme Court on this issue have further facilitated the resorting to this power, repromulgation of ordinances. Should the power to promulgate ordinances be repealed? Clear? सीधा सवाल है. Ordinances are a violation of separation of powers. We understand it is necessary, but Supreme Court judgments, have they facilitated for more ordinances or lesser ordinances? Should this power of ordinances be completely repealed? In fundamental rights, they will never ask you these direct questions. Here they will. Yahan opinion hona chahiye. Should there be death penalty? Should the president have this power? Should the governor have this power? Should ordinances be there? Should emergency provisions be removed? And why do you need to have opinions? Because you have enough committees giving you enough suggestions on these opinions. Your opinion is the opinion of the committees, not your personal opinion. I hope this is very clear. Yes. So the decision of whether ordinances should be there or not, should we just delete Article 123 and 213? That is what they're asking. And they're asking this in the year 2050. Because you are a majority government. Technically, you do not need ordinances. And 2015 itself, in one single year, 9 ordinances were passed. How can you have the same average as a coalition government? Here we will be relying on data. Okay, what is the average number of ordinances that have been passed in this country on a yearly basis? Have the ordinances generally been higher for coalition governments? Or have they generally been lower for majority governments? The highest ever ordinances, I think, have been about 11 or 30, either of the two. So this is no longer polity. I need data, I need committees, I need arguments. तो ये एक टॉपिक के लिए I will go through at least 7-8 articles of EPW, 3-4 journals from IIPA, Indian Institute of Public Administration, Accountability Initiative. I'll go through PRS data, I'll go through parliamentary stats and data, bulletins, and then give you final answers. Understood? अनफॉर्चुनेटली यहां लक्ष्मीकांत फेल होती है। अब समझ में आया? इस सवाल का जवाब मेरे को लक्ष्मीकांत में ढूंढ के निकाल दो, इसमें से किसी का भी जवाब मेरे को लक्ष्मीकांत में ढूंढ के निकाल दो। लक्ष्मीकांत इज गुड फॉर द प्री। सारा चैलेंज तो यही है। दिस इज द बिगेस्ट बैटल। 110 नंबर, 120 नंबर, 140 नंबर, ये तीनों मार्क्स आ रहे हैं जीएस पेपर 2। इफ पीपल आर गेटिंग 140 इन जीएस पेपर 2, you have to get something close to that. If you don't, then I have failed you. समझ में आ रहा है? So now we are getting into very analytical discussions, which is why I am relying on you that now you will be able to go through bare provisions of the Constitution. I will discuss them in detail, but अब Constitution पढ़ने की जिम्मेदारी theme 4 में आपकी है. Whatever you do not understand from the Constitution, you ask me. I will cover the provisions because यहाँ मेहनत है. मुझे इसका जवाब चाहिए. किधर है? Are we clear on this? Yes? Okay. Now, apart from this, in 2018 there was a direct question, a theoretical question on financial emergency. Now this is federalism, but I'll still tell you the question. Under what circumstances can financial emergency be issued by the president? What happens once a financial emergency is in force? Now, the basic idea is, this question is asked in 2019 because now this is something I figured out after the mains exam happened. I was not able to predict this for 2018, my fault. But where is the source? The source is, there was a CAG report of, and CAG releases reports every year. 3-4 reports on different issues they keep releasing. So now what I've started doing on a yearly basis is, I keep a tab of what are the new reports that the CAG has come up with. The issue of those reports are sometimes converted into mains questions. You have to think like the examiner. The examiner will only go through government resources. The examiner is only going to go through popular editorials. The examiner is not going to go into some nook and corner and find a random current affairs hidden somewhere. They can only make questions on things which are available in the public domain. And the question was, basically what had happened was, this CAG report came out in 2018. It was about an action of the government between 2015 to 16. The report had come out in 2018. Basically, what had done was, to avoid a financial emergency, the government had resorted to something called an accounting trick. What is that accounting trick? I'll tell you. The accounting trick was, the government had transferred 1.64 lakh crore from the National Small Savings Fund, NSFF, to the public account of India, right? And this is not subject to parliamentary scrutiny. Are we clear on this? Now, the reason you would do this is because it will then show a lower fiscal deficit. Fiscal deficit, you understand? The ability of the government to pay off its debts. Yes? So it's nothing but total expenditure minus non-debt creating revenue. Excellent. So this would therefore mean your fiscal deficit is under FRBM limits. So you don't have to declare a financial emergency. एक अकाउंट से दूसरे अकाउंट में पैसा डाला क्योंकि पब्लिक फंड में पैसा नहीं था. तो अगर पब्लिक फंड में पैसा नहीं है, then you are in a state of financial emergency. This CAG report had highlighted that. It was in the newspapers, but I had missed it. There are articles in the newspaper about this, but I had missed it. Since then, I am cross-checking CAG reports almost on a like every 3 months, because they only have one report every 3-4 months that they release. In a year, you don't have more than 4-5 reports. Are we clear on this? Do we understand this? Yes? ठीक है. Now, apart from this, in 2018 itself, there was a question of the Attorney General, technically the executive, but we do Attorney General separately as a body. We do Attorney General as a part of the judicial and the legal ecosystem of the country. So I'm not going to get into the technical details of it. But the question was, the Attorney General is the chief legal advisor and the lawyer of the government of India, right? This was, in 2019. Nothing but Attorney General is the chief legal advisor of the government of India. That's all. Comment, discuss. Because this is the year of the Rafale case. And the Attorney General, Venugopal, the then Attorney General, was representing the government in the Rafale case. Understood? Now, after this, in 2020, no question. 2021, no question. 2023, no question. But in 2022, bauchar of questions. Bauchar. Bauchar. Why? Because 2022, you have new president and a new vice president. Correct? So, you have a new vice president in 2022. What is the only thing that the vice president actually does? Chairperson of Rajya Sabha. So your question was, discuss the role of the vice president as chairperson of Rajya Sabha. Second question, 2022, France had a new president, India had a new president. So compare India and French presidential election. Goes back to our parent theory. Only 3 countries are asked: India, US, UK and France. For rights issues, there has to be a major rights issue there. For everything else, there should be something common that has happened. Yes or no? Excellent. And thirdly, in 2022, there was a question with respect to the powers of the governor. Now please understand the question. The question was, discuss the essential conditions for the exercise of legislative powers by the governor. The only legislative power that the president and the governor have is ordinances, nothing else. ये confuse करने के लिए statement है. What is the legislative power? What else do they do? Because if you read the bare text, under legislative powers, you have Article 1, 2, 3. That's it. The only legislative power that the president and the governor have are ordinances. So the question was, discuss the essential conditions under which the governor can exercise its legislative powers, which is nothing but ordinances. Right? The second part was, discuss the legality of the repromulgation of ordinances by the governor without placing them before the appropriate legislature, bypassing the legislature. Basically, misuse or abuse of ordinances. Why would you ask this in 2022? Because the Supreme Court had delivered the Krishna Kumar Singh Supreme Court judgment. It was a landmark judgment on ordinances. Was enough in the news, you would have got it. Clear? Sounds tough? अब मामला थोड़ा सा अपहिल है, अब वो सिर्फ उससे चलेगा नहीं. Do we understand this? Yes. So now you have to read the newspapers keeping this in mind. Look for trends, look for common events, look for underlying issues. कुछ भी नहीं किया, जून में इंडियन एक्सप्रेस या हिंदू के सारे एडिटोरियल्स छाट लिए, या टेक्स्ट एंड कॉन्टेक्स्ट छाट लिया, इंडियन एक्सप्रेस छाट एक्सप्लेन छाट लिया, अपने आप इशू मिल जाएगा. Your work has been done for you. None of these issues asked can ever be missed. Just remember this. So whenever you're reading a monthly compilation which has a polity section on it, generally what happens is these compilations are technical. They'll deep dive into the issue, but the questions are never from the issue. The questions are the context, the why, what, where, when, how of things. That is what the UPSC always asks. So therefore, in the mains exam, we have to be very clear of this. Very important. One, there have been no political questions whatsoever. Two, direct opinions have been asked to you. Should ordinances be existing? Should there be a time limit? Very clear cut. Three, if you notice carefully, questions have never been repeated. Basic structure was repeated in some form or another. Here, nope. Questions have never been repeated. And if you generally see, they are also fluctuating in frequency. If they've asked so many questions in 2022, now honestly tell me, should they have asked in 2023? No. Check Telegram channel. Check Magna Carta Mains, released 2 months before the mains exam. I did not touch, did not come. 2023, 0 questions. Understood? Now from January 24 till August 2024, unless something very major happens, president and governor and ordinances are very unlikely. Yes or no? Given the fact that you're in national election year, there's a very good chance some pending laws, something might be pushed through an ordinance. So whenever something like that happens, look for larger constitutional questions. Once we start in the voting stages in a few months from now, you will see a lot of editorials on the essence of parliamentary democracy. That are we a parliamentary democracy, but we have a significant intervention or significant similarity to a presidential form? Because in a presidential form, there is identity politics. In parliamentary democracy, there is ideology politics. Technically, that is how it is supposed to be. But today, how are parliamentary elections run? A versus B. Who's your prime minister? Who's your prime ministerial candidate? Modi versus who? If not Modi, then who? It is never about ideology. It's never about policy solutions. Is it Modi versus Gandhi versus who? It's about identity. So you will see a lot of editorials there. So keep a check of these kind of questions. Do you understand this? Yes. Any editorial which is talking to you about voter behavior, parliamentary democracy, right? The inherent essence of the Indian system of democracy, keep them aside. In some form or another, you will be using them for the exam this year. And generally what happens with elections is, it spills over to next year. So for those of you who are writing in 2025, right, next year, you will see questions on election commission, things like that, model code of conduct. If not this year, pushed over to next year. So elections generally have an impact because of the issues that happen in and around elections as far as the exam is concerned. Are we clear on this? Yes or no? Pakka? Theek. Understood. Now, how do we proceed this? How do we organize this? How do we study this? Our theme number 4 will effectively have the following things. Topic 1, strictly for the prelims, a summary of provisions for the precedent. So हम क्या करेंगे सबसे पहले? Presidential elections. A summary of provisions for presidential elections. Who, eligibility, qualification, disqualification, electoral college, who can do it, who can't do it, that. Then we will do a detailed analysis of presidential elections, the maths behind it. And we'll try to derive insights of parliamentary democracy and presidential elections. Basically answering a question, does the party in power at the center have a natural advantage in presidential elections? We'll try to solve it with some actual examples. Once we are done with this, then we move to a summary of powers of the president. Again, powers. This is for the prelims. This is again for the prelims. यहाँ pre-mains alternate चलेंगे. हमने theme 3 में क्या किया था? Comparative analysis. And then we went to the mains. यहाँ pre-mains. Are we clear on this? ठीक है. Then from here, topic number 4, we'll do an analysis of certain key powers of the president. Ordinances, death penalty, commutation, साथ में करेंगे. Do we understand this? Yes. From here, from topic number 5, we will then pick up a summary of key provisions for Council of Ministers. President appoint करता है, कौन किसको appoint करता है, किसका क्या positioning है, the doctrine of collective responsibility. And then topic number 6, an analysis of Council of Ministers. Council of Ministers and parliamentary democracy, size of the cabinet, efficiency of ministers, cabinet form and Council of Ministers, the concept of shadow form of government. You will find a lot of recycling points. ये as it is, पूरा का पूरा खत्म होगा as union. Understood this? As union. We'll do exactly this for states. Exactly this. Summary of provisions for governor's appointment, analysis of governor's appointment, इसमें क्या problem है, इसमें क्या problem नहीं है, powers of the governor, analysis of key powers of the governor, discretion of the governor, constitutional position of the governor, governor and federalism, and similarly State Council of Ministers and an analysis of State Council of Ministers. Exactly this. So there are 2 ways you can organize this. Theme 4, you can set topic 1 union and topic 2 states. So this becomes subtopic 1, subtopic 2, subtopic 3, subtopic 4. And then it becomes topic 2 states, subtopic 1 governor, subtopic 2 so on and so forth. Understood? दिस इज ऑल्सो एन इजियर वे टू करना है. ये है थीम 4. ऐसे प्री खत्म होगा, ऐसे मीन्स. आया समझ में? यस. इट विल टेक मैक्सिमम ऑफ 4 days. ये कॉम्प्लिकेटेड लगता है, होता नहीं है, बिकॉज इसमें बकर बहुत है, इसमें ज्ञान बहुत है कि ओहो हो, दिस इज वेरी इंटेलेक्चुअल. इसमें कोई सुप्रीम कोर्ट जजमेंट का ज्यादा नाटक नहीं है, कुछ नहीं है, बकर है. सो when we do this, now this is the important part, your ARC provisions, your other committees, your important Supreme Court judgments, your important data sets, your other expert recommendations, ठीक है, and any other unique insights from comparative constitutions. ये 6 चीजें यहां ऐड होती हैं. अंडरस्टूड? यस. So when we're doing a detail of presidential election, we'll have to think, are we having a new president? I think in 2027. Yes, उससे पहले तो नहीं हो रहा है. मेरी उम्मीद है कि आपका ये एग्जाम 2027 के ऊपर आप लोगों को जरूरत ना पड़े. Correct on this? Yes. So these are judgment calls that we have to take. I'll give you a summary of presidential elections in France and in US. I will not give you presidential elections in UK. There is nothing called a presidential election in UK. समझ में आया? Understood? This is the structure. ये ऐसे करना है. Are we clear on this? Yes? अब सर्कमफ्रेंस समझ में आ गया. डन? ठीक है. एक्सेलेंट. प्रेसिडेंट्स इलेक्टोरल कंपोजिशन. दिस इज एक्सट्रीमली इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर द प्री. ठक 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 खत्म. देन विल मूव टू प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन एंड देयर एनालिसिस. बहुत आसान है, इसमें प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा. चलो. थीम 4, टॉपिक 1 यूनियन, subtopic 1 summary of presidential provisions for elections. This is exclusively important for the prelims. ठीक है? So let's start. First things first, in the constitution, this story we finished till part 4a. The story starts with part 5, right? Now part 5 is titled the Union, and under the Union you have chapter 1 which is called the Executive. Even if you don't remember chapter 1, it is okay. You should know part 5 refers to the Union. This is more than enough. Now, what we are first starting to do with is the composition of, or the structure of the president. Then we will get down to the powers after the election is over. I will discuss this very important fact with you, that the president is a part of the parliament but not a member. Article 79 specifically deals with this. I'll come to that later. But what we are starting with is a summary of provisions for presidential elections. Simple. ठीक है? चलिए शुरू करते हैं. First things first, what are the constitutional provisions that are governing presidential elections? So, articles 54 to 61 are the primary articles that govern presidential elections. ठीक है? First, now comes the important part. Do I need to remember this for the prelims? No. And unless presidential elections are important for the mains, do I need to remember it for the mains? No. What is important apart from this is Article 71 Clause 3. Now, why is Article 71 Clause 3 important? Article 71 Clause 3 basically gives the power to the Parliament to make laws on elections to the President and the Vice President. Apart from provisions in the Constitution, the Parliament can make a further law on presidential and vice presidential elections, which is why the Parliament has enacted the Presidential and the Vice Presidential Elections Act of 1952. So, elections to the President is governed not only through the Constitution, but a dedicated law called the Presidential and the Vice Presidential Elections Act of 1952. Please understand, this is an ordinary legislation. This can be changed through simple majority. All right? However, these provisions are going to have a federal impact, and some of these provisions are categorically mentioned under Article 368, wherein you would require special majority 3 because it has a direct federal impact. Why does it have a direct federal impact? Because the President has the powers to impose emergency on the state. So the states should have the foundational responsibility of choosing the President. Tomorrow when the President applies emergency to any state, the state cannot get up and say, who the hell are you? You have elected me. You have given me the power to take such decisions for you. Because, especially under 356, you can suspend or even terminate a state legislature, right? So, which is why the legislatures have been given an opportunity to participate in the election of the presidents, right? Understood? All right. So, these are your primary provisions. Then comes my first question: who is electing the president? Who are the people? What is the process? Now, Article 54 very clearly refers to a word called electoral college. Electoral college. Now, an electoral college is not a complicated word. An electoral college simply means a collection of voters. Whoever is entitled to vote in a presidential election. Now, the idea, and this is very important, the idea is this electoral college comprises of the following people: elected members of the Lok Sabha, elected members of the Rajya Sabha, elected members of all state legislative assemblies, plus elected members of those union territories that have legislatures. This is your electoral college. Is it? Yes or no? So, what is not? Nominated members don't participate. State legislative councils don't participate. Yes or no? The question is, why? Nominated members don't participate because of rule number 1, democratic mandate. खुद इलेक्ट नहीं होके आए हो चिचा, प्रेसिडेंट को चुनने चले, इतना पावर? Yes or no? अब ये याद नहीं करना पड़ेगा. दूसरा, state legislative councils are not participating because of rule number 2. It will violate the federal balance. All states don't have legislative councils. So if you give power to those states that have councils to participate, their vote would be counted twice, therefore distorting the federal balance. The states would be given an unfair position, and that unfair position is not going to be worthy of our federal balance. Yes? Now, how many union territories have legislatures in India? Delhi, Pondicherry and J&K. Yes? I have a question for you. The last time we elected a new president was 2022. J&K became a union territory with legislature in 2019. Yes? So technically in 2022, the J&K legislature should have participated. Yes or no? But they did not participate. The answer is in front of you. Just tell me why. Okay. So there was a president's rule. So if there wasn't a president's rule, then J&K should have participated. Agar nahi hota, if J&K would have had a full legislative assembly, yes or no, then they should have participated. Pakka? Why? Can everyone open Article 54 with me? Can everybody see this? Pakka? Law is a precise endeavor, ladies and gentlemen. The president shall be elected by members of an electoral college consisting of elected members of both houses, elected members of the legislative assemblies of the states. Explanation. In this article and Article 55, states include NCR and National Capital Territory of Delhi and Union Territory of J&K mentioned ही नहीं है. And the J&K Reorganization Act of 2019 cannot make an amendment to Article 54. It's an ordinary law. It is an oversight. It is a simple major legislative error. The only legislative assembly that cannot participate is J&K, because technically this is not the provision. The provision is elected members of the Lok Sabha, elected members of the Rajya Sabha, elected members of state legislative assemblies, and very specifically, what have they mentioned? Delhi and Puducherry. That's all. So if they get a question in the prelims exam, according to the constitution, all union territories with legislatures can participate in a presidential election. Is that a correct option or an incorrect option? Incorrect option. Are we clear on this? Yes. So the answer to who elects is a very, very simple answer. ठीक है? Are we clear on this? Excellent. Now, after this, we move to the next question, which is the manner of election. This is important. How is the president elected? the manner of a presidential election is largely governed through Article 55. ठीक है? Now, I'm going to, yes please. कैसे कर सकते हैं? You'll have to make a constitutional amendment, na? And does 54, 55 anywhere say that an amendment to 54 or 55 will not be an amendment under 368? नहीं कर सकता है, because it's not mentioned in 54. If it becomes a full state, matlab reversal of 370, you're saying presidential rule gets lifted and elections happen in J&K and it becomes a union territory with legislature. Still no, because 54 doesn't mention J&K. It simply says parliament and states. And here in 54, states means Delhi and Pondicherry. Yes, and the reason I have this confirmed with me is because I actually read up on it a little bit. I'd like to share this piece of information with you, is because there was a former bureaucrat called Wajahat Habibullah. Last year, Wajahat Habibullah had actually written to President Ramnath Kovind on the exact same issue, that there is a lacuna in the J&K Reorganization Act, which is that it is not altering Article 54. Now the larger question is, can the J&K Reorganization Act alter Article 54? The answer is no, it cannot. Because Article 54 is not exempted to be a constitutional amendment under Article 368. Do we understand this? Are we clear? Yes? All right. The J&K Reorganization Act of 2019 contains absolutely no provisions to amend Articles 54 and 55. Simple as that. Can it? No. Are we clear on this? All right. So therefore, this answers our question, who elects? Now comes the larger question, the manner of electing the President of India. Now, as far as the manner of electing the President is concerned, I told you there are two technical words that we will be going through in theme number 5. The two technical terms are proportional representation with a single transferable vote. The best way to understand what is proportional representation is your NCERT textbook, Indian Constitution at Work. Nobody explains PR better than they do. And it tells you that there is no set formula of proportional representation. India has its own version of proportional representation. And in our own version, there are several sub-versions. The way we choose our president versus the way we choose our vice president versus the way we choose our Rajya Sabha members. They're all different forms of an already different form of proportional representation. Do we understand this? Yes, we will do this in a lot more technical detail in theme number 5, which is legislature, when I teach you the system of elections. Now, how does this work? Your entire ecosystem of a presidential election is a 3-tier ecosystem. Layer 1, it starts with states plus Delhi and Pondicherry. In this layer 1, you calculate the value vote of their respective MLAs. You remember very simply, what money is to banking is what population is to democracy. So states with higher population will have a higher value vote of their MLAs. Now what is value vote? Value vote means the number of times a single vote of an MLA will be counted. The number of times a vote of an MLA will be counted. UP has about 403 MLAs. In a presidential election where the UP Legislative Assembly is voting, each MLA's vote of UP is counted at least about 203 times. 203, 208. Okay? But Andhra Pradesh is one of the least populated states. Yes, the number of times, Arunachal Pradesh is one of the least populated states. The number of times an Arunachal's MLA's vote is going to be counted 8. Yes, is going to be 8 times. मतलब यूपी के एक MLA का वोट 208 बार गिना जाएगा, अरुणाचल के एक MLA का वोट सिर्फ 8 बार. This is called the value vote system, because what money is to banking, population is to democracy. Population is the fuel of democracy. मैंने ये थोड़ा ना बोला कि ये लीस्ट है. मैंने कहा Arunachal's vote is counted 8 times. I'm not saying this is the least. Are we clear on this? Yes? Pakka? Good. So the number of times the value vote of a state MLA will be dependent on the number of people in a state. ये समझ में आया? Layer 1. इसके basis पर you will calculate the value vote of MPs. The total number of value votes of all states combined. For example, UP has 403 MPs and each UP MLA's vote is counted 208 times. That's approximately 80,000 votes from UP. You will do this for all states and Delhi and Pondicherry. You would approximately have about, we'll do this in detail, you will have approximately 5.5 lakh votes from the states, approximately. This becomes the base for calculating the number of times an MP's vote has to be calculated. Why? Because this is a hollow candy given to the states. Rule number 2, center stronger than the states. कि इलेक्शन तुमसे शुरू करेंगे, तुम भी क्या जानो, और तुम्हारे वोट के वैल्यू से हम एमपी के वोट का वैल्यू निकालें. We've got say 543 MPs in the Lok Sabha and we've got 233 elected MPs in the Rajya Sabha. This is 776. 100 सुनहार की, 1 लोहार की. Each MP's vote is calculated 708 times. Center stronger than the states. Rule number 2. And it will so happen is, if 706 MP's vote is counted 708 times, it will approximately come to the same figure, 5.5 lakh. एक presidential election में 11 lakh vote होते हैं, approximately. We'll do the whole match tomorrow. But the idea is, this is the process. And then when you have total votes, you have what is called a single transferable vote system based on preference, where you need to get more than 50% of the votes. To put it very simply, if there are 4 candidates A, B, C, D, A has got, let's say, 5 votes, 4 votes. So let's say A has 4 votes, B has 3 votes, C has 2 votes, and D has 1 vote. Total is 10. Each of these 11 lakh votes have a preference. First preference, second preference, third preference, fourth preference. ठीक है? You need more than 50% votes. So out of 10, how many votes do you need? 6. किसका कोई चांस नहीं है? D. D is eliminated. You get the ballot paper of D. So ये D, ये उसका है जिसने D को फर्स्ट प्रेफरेंस दिया है. करेक्ट? देखो सेकंड प्रेफरेंस किसको दिया है? लेट अस से A को दिया है. तो D का वोट काट के A को दे दिया. So A now has how many votes? 5. अभी कितना चाहिए? 6. 6 चाहिए. Now see the second last performance. Yes or no? So take out the 2 ballots which have voted for C. तो यहां क्या होगा? In both of these, C would be your first preference. एक ने A को सेकंड प्रेफरेंस दिया, एक ने B को. एक यहां ऐड करो, एक यहां ऐड करो. A के पास अब कितने हो गए? डिक्लेयर्ड विनर A. ये सिस्टम है. आया समझ में? इतना सिंपल सिस्टम है. सिंगल ट्रांसफरेबल वोट. Understood? Correct? Now, this entire process, very, very importantly, is a process of secret ballot, which means you cannot disclose who you have voted for, and therefore anti-defection law does not apply to secret ballots. जब आपको पता ही नहीं है तो फिर लॉ कैसे लगाओगे? यस और नो? आप बोलोगे तू उसको वोट के, तेरे को कैसे पता? यस और नो? यस. So this is how it works. Do we understand this? So therefore, when I look at the larger prelim-centric manner, it is generally governed by Article 55. Yes, you have proportional representation plus single transferable vote. This is a secret ballot. Anti-defection law does not apply. ठीक है? Now, some of you will have a question. What if there is a tie? And that is why presiding officers have the last casting vote. That is why they vote the last in a presidential election. Understood this? Yes? Excellent. So when I say elected members of Lok Sabha, elected members of Rajya Sabha, elected members of the Assembly plus Delhi plus Pondicherry, not JNK, because this is not mentioned under Article 54. If there is a tie, no. After all the votes have been polled, let's say there's a tie between A and B. After the counting, yes. Now understand this very importantly. So either of the two things can happen. Either their vote is taken and kept aside, or they are made to vote after the count. Either of the two processes, we are silent on this. Now comes the important part. Speaking of presiding officers, the only person who is a presiding officer who does not vote is the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha. The chairperson of the Rajya Sabha does not vote in a presidential election. Clear? And the process we've understood. You start from the states. Yes or no? You start from the states. From the states, you go to your union. And from the union, you go to the final counting. Why does this happen? because of rule number 2, center stronger than the states. Now comes the most important part. The philosophy behind electing the president, okay, is that the president of India should be indirectly elected. This is an indirect election. Somehow by the common man. Yes or no? Now think about it. This is an MP constituency. This is an MLA constituency. Look at it in terms of two different classes. This is classroom 1 and this is classroom 2. Classroom 1 has 100 students. Classroom 2 has 500 students. This is classroom 1, this is classroom 2. Which classroom can you ask doubts freely? 1 or 2? 1. Which classroom is a more intimate learning environment? 1 or 2? Which classroom is geographically bigger? 1 or 2? 2. This is an MLA constituency. This is an MP constituency. MLA constituencies are smaller. They're generally more in number than MP constituencies. For the common man, an MLA constituency is a more intimate democratic unit. Yes, this is why the elections start from the states. Understood this? Yes. The value vote, one second, हाँ बोला, किसमें? नहीं. Now, the value vote for MLAs will differ from state to state, but the value vote for Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha remains the same, because you've taken states as the base. Yes or no? Excellent. Now, everything is based on population. The value vote is based on population. The population that you're going to be using is the 1971 census. Now, why do we use the 1971 census? This we will do in detail in theme number 5, but the general idea is it was taken as a census year for population control. You wanted to incentivize lower rates of population. So 1971 was frozen as the census year. कि तुम कितना भी population बढ़ा लो, तुम्हारी सीटें नहीं बढ़ाएंगे, तुमको power ज़्यादा नहीं देंगे. Because otherwise what happens is, more population leads to more seats leads to more political opportunity. So this was a way to incentivize population control. I'll do this in detail with you, don't worry. But the basis of the population is 1971. And this census has been frozen till the year 2026. Do we understand this? Yes. And this has been done as per the 84th Constitutional Amendment of 2001. Basic prelims facts, nothing is more than important. इतना समझ में आया? Yes? Pakka? Excellent. After this, you just have a small term to discuss, the term of the president, the basic term. See, we don't discuss the vice president here because the vice president is effectively the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha. So when you are actually choosing the vice president, you are actually choosing who? The chairperson of the Rajya Sabha. Yes or no? Yes. So generally what happens is, your term is governed by Article 56. It gives you a simple term of 5 years. Now, basic difference. Who does the president resign to? The president resigns to the vice president. Okay? Now comes the important part. Once the president is resigning in writing to the vice president has to communicate the same to the Lok Sabha Speaker. Yes? Are we clear? This part is in the Vice Presidential Elections Act of 1952. Are we clear on this? And to have continuity of office, even if you have resigned, you can continue to be in office until the new person takes over or your term has ended. Until the new person comes, you continue to remain in office. Simple. Understood this? All supervisory positions will always continue to be in office. Presiding officers, presidents, vice presidents, always. All supervisory positions in the legislature and the executive will always hold continuity of office. अब ये याद नहीं भी रहे, एग्जाम में आ गया, भूल रहे, ऑप्शन आया है, the president shall continue to be in office even after the term is over. याद नहीं आ रहा है. Play the devil's advocate trick. Think, why not? You anyways have no power. You anyways have zero constitutional discretion. You remaining in power even after your term has ended is not going to make any difference to the constitutional future of the country. And then correlate. If the speaker can remain, why can't you? And the speaker is the guardian of the Lok Sabha, which is the directly elected democratic house. If a directly elected office can have continuity of office, then why can't an indirectly elected office have continuity of office? The same thing. So you have to prepare yourself for memory and you have to prepare yourself for a blackout. If there is a blackout in the prelims, how do you still get the question right? Understood? Yes. And finally, Article 57 deals with something called re-election. Are you eligible? Yes. Is there any limit? None whatsoever. This is how we and the President of the US is different. Why? In a presidential democracy, where real powers are with the President, you would want to keep a check on the number of times you can become the President. Because historically, presidential democracies have a notorious history of slipping through authoritarianism. Yes or no? Very notorious history. Are we clear on this? Yes. That is why even Russia did. But you know what Lord Putin has done? Lord Putin has had the Russian constitution amended in such a way that Lord Putin, he's Lord Bobby into two. You know Lord Bobby? You know Lord Bobby? Yes. From this amazing women empowerment movie called Animal. That movie you must quote in social issues. Yes. Alright. So, Lord Putin is Lord Bobby into two. Lord Putin has ensured that he will continue to remain president by altering the Russian constitution for the next term as well. Do we understand this? Are we clear on this? Yes? Excellent. So our fact sheet is done. Clear? So in a presidential election, if I ask you, very simply, the value of the vote of an MLA changes from states to states. Yes or no? Yes. But the value of a vote of an MP remains the same. Yes or no? Yes. States with higher populations will have higher value votes. Is that correct? Yes. States with lower populations will have lower value votes. Yes or no? Yes. Irrespective of the population of the constituency the MP comes from, the value of the vote remains the same. Yes or no? Yes. Everybody except the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha participates in a presidential election. Yes or no? Yes. Except at the central level, at the union level. Nominated members of Lok Sabha participate, yes or no? No. there are no nominated members anymore. Nominated members of Rajya Sabha participate, yes or no? No. The chairperson of the Rajya Sabha participates, yes or no? No. The chairperson of the Rajya Sabha does not participate, yes or no? No. Does not participate, yes. Is the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha a member of the Rajya Sabha? No. Is the chairperson elected? Yes. But you are not an elected member of the Rajya Sabha, unfortunately. The constitution clearly says elected members of the House. The chairperson is not a member of the Rajya Sabha, you are the vice president. You've been elected by both the houses, which we will discuss. कितना मुश्किल था बस prelims का एक layer खत्म. Topic number 1 finished. Topic 2, we pick up the presidential election, we go through it in detail, we do the maths, we analyze the insights, and we move to topic number 3. Done? This is easier, this is not difficult. वो तो फैल के theme 3 में चलना पड़ता है. Theme 4, 5, 6 is very surgical strike. Tuck, 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 tuck. Done? Yes? Alright, thank you. We will now do the elections and composition in detail. In the previous lecture, we understood what the background provisions were. We understood who elects the president. We understood the general manner. We understood on what basis is the election conducted. We understood the census that is being used, the term and the re-election process. Now we will get into the process of the presidential election in detail. We figured out that the presidential process is a 3-tier process. Tier 1 is at the level of states plus Delhi and Pondicherry. Level 2 is for MPs, which is the parliament. And level 3 is a combination of both of them, where you apply a more than 50% rule. Fair enough. Now let us start this, and let's keep the presidential elections of 2022 as your baseline, because that's the most recent set of elections that have happened. Now, when we look at the first stage, the stage that starts at the level of the states, we figured out why do we need to start from states and Delhi and Pondicherry. We know this answer, we discussed this yesterday, for 2 reasons. 1, center stronger than the states, this is a candy. And 2, for a common person, MLAs are your most intimate form of democratic representation. Now, how does this work? In this setup, what is your primary objective? Your primary objective is to calculate the value of the votes of MLAs, right? You will have to do it for each state, Delhi and Pondicherry, and then you will have to add it up. Yes or no? Correct. Now, how do you calculate it? What is the formula? The formula is a very simple one. To do this, step 1, calculate value votes state-wise. Step 2, add for all the states. So, for each state, you have a clear cut formula. All of you take out your calculators. Mobile phone will have calculators. We'll do this in class live. I'll teach you how it is calculated. Okay. So, population of the state / Delhi / Pondicherry as per the 1971 census. That's the numerator. Denominator is the total number of elected MLAs. Now you only have elected MLAs. You don't have nominated anymore. So it is more or less the same thing. And because this number can be too huge, so for weighted average reasons, you divide this number by 1000. Understood? Our larger principle is states with larger populations will have larger value votes and therefore will have larger total value votes. Are we clear on this? Okay? All right. So let us start. What state are you from? Delhi. Delhi से शुरू करते हैं. ठीक. Let us take example 1, Delhi. The population of Delhi as per 1971 लिखो is 4065698. 4065698. 4065698. Delhi has a total of 70 MLAs. So when I'm trying to calculate the number of times the vote of a Delhi MLA should be counted for a presidential election, this has to be the number. 0.5 and above, round off. 0.5 and below, round off to the earlier digit. Can anyone tell me this number? $58? Yes. It should be 58.0814. So each Delhi MLA's vote has to be counted 58 times. Everybody's okay with this? Yes. So this means the total number of, this is the value vote for Delhi. Yes. So the total value votes for Delhi, unitary method, एक एमएलए का वोट इतनी बार, तो टोटल एमएलए का वोट्स कितनी बार? वैल्यू वोट ऑफ दिल्ली multiplied by total number of MLAs. This is the total number of votes that are going to come. Yes. So this is 70 into 58. Correct? So how many votes? Excellent. 4060. Yes. Is the maths clear? Unitary method. You have to calculate the number of times the vote of an MLA of a state is to be counted. Total population divided by total MLAs. To simplify the number, divide by 1000. So this is the number of times each Delhi MLA's vote is to be counted. Yes. So the total number of votes that are actually coming from Delhi are going to be number of times each vote is to be counted into number of MLAs. This is what it is. So your number is 4060. Are we clear on this? Yes. We've discussed the broad process. Okay. The figure is fine. Now I'll write the formula again. You will give me numbers. So formula number 1, which is population of the state / Delhi / Pondicherry as per 1971 census upon total number of elected MLAs. Yes, this gives me the value vote of each MLA of that particular state. This is formula number 1. Sorry, yes. Divided by 1000 or multiplied by 1/1000. Formula number 2. Value vote of each MLA of the state, elected MLA of the state, into total number of elected MLAs. What will this give you? Total value votes of the state. Correct? Now, based on this formula, you have calculated in Delhi, each vote is going to be counted how many times? 58. And total how many votes are now coming from Delhi? 4060. Okay. Now let's take a super populated state like UP. I'm giving you the figures. Uttar Pradesh's population as per 1971, it sounds like a phone number, 8384 9905. 8384, and Uttar Pradesh has 403 MLAs. This number is 83849905. Uttar Pradesh has 403 MLAs. So how many times will Uttar Pradesh's MLAs vote be counted? Kitna? Arey baap re. And how many votes are going to come from Uttar Pradesh? 849. 83,849. 83,849. And you are getting this number by 208 into 403. How are you getting 849? How can 9 be a denominator? It has to be 4. क्या calculate किया? Yes. 8382. CSAT तुम दे रहे हो या मैं? कहाँ गलती करी? The round off has to happen here. Are we clear? So UP's each MLA's vote is being counted 208 times, and total votes are coming as 83,804. बाप रे बाप. अब इसका उल्टा करते हैं. Sikkim. The population of Sikkim is 209843. 209843. 2 लाख 2-10 लाख होंगे. 209843. And Sikkim has 32 MLAs. Calculate here. So 6.5 converts into 7. So Sikkim's each MLA's vote is being counted 7 times. बाप रे बाप, क्या ही हाल बना दिया है. This means 7. And how many votes are total coming? Bas. This also teaches you asymmetric federalism. States are not equally placed. 210 कैसे आ रहा है भाई? Yes. Asymmetric federalism. Each state is not equally placed. Yes. अच्छा भाई राजस्थान कर लो यार, इंपॉर्टेंट है. चलो, Rajasthan's number is 25765806. 25765806. 25765806. अभी चुनाव हुए. राजस्थान हैज 200 MLAs. आराम से, जल्दी नहीं है. Whenever you have your answers ready, just raise your hands. Raise your hands. मैंने क्या बोला अभी? Raise your hands. Tell me the number of times a Rajasthan MLA's vote has to be counted. बताइए. 129. भाई सही लग रहा है. And how many total votes are going to come from Rajasthan? 25,800. Let's not forget South India. Yes. कर्नाटका. ठीक है, ट्राई करके देखिए. 29299,014. 29299,014. This is the population of Karnataka. ठीक है. In 1971, Karnataka has 224 MLAs. आराम से करो, कोई जल्दी नहीं. आपसे पूछता हूं मैं, रुको. 224 MLAs. Number of times a Karnataka MLA's vote is to be counted? Yes. 131. बाप रे बाप. आप बताओ टोटल वोट्स कमिंग फ्रॉम कर्नाटका. तो कैलकुलेट करके रखना था ना. 29344. Yes. ठीक है. So our larger theory is more the population, more the value vote, and more the total value votes. What democracy is to, what money is to banking, population is to democracy. Each of these votes, 4,060, 83,000, these are all preference votes. If there are 4 people contesting, each of these votes are going to have a certain set of numbers. Yes or no? Yes? Pakka? Excellent. So if I total this up, the total number of value votes across all states, Delhi and Pondicherry, this is nothing but 4,060 plus 83,000 something plus 224 plus 25,000 something. यही होगा? Yes. This number comes to 5,43,231. 5,43,231. स्टेट से इतने वोट आए. कितने वोट आए? इतने वोट. Yes. Now this number becomes our base to calculate the value of the vote. We have to do the same thing for MPs. So you have to calculate value vote of each MP, and second you have to now calculate the total value votes of all MPs. यही करना है. What you did for the states, you have to now do for the center. Now, the states were using something called population. Now you could say population of India as per 1971 divided by total number of MPs multiplied by 1000 divided by 1000. Yes or no? पक्का? ये try करके देख लो. If you had to apply the same MLA formula, the population of India as per 1971 for all states, Delhi and Pondicherry, number लिखो 5430000205. ये नंबर हुआ. Total number of elected MPs are 543 plus 233, 543 Lok Sabha, 233 Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha has 12 nominated members. Okay, so this is 776. Calculate करके देखो how many times does each MP's vote come to? Calculate करो. Each MP's vote would be how much? 70. Lesser than most states. What is rule number 2? Center stronger than the. अब समझ में आया? इसलिए नहीं करते. Clear? So what do? We say आप इतना मेहनत किया है, आपका नंबर लेते हैं ना, और 1000 से भी नहीं डिवाइड करें. We take this number 543231 because these total values represent the total population. These are population adjusted vote values. Yes, divide them by 776. Yes, कितना आया? 700, exact 700. सौ सुनहार की एक लोहार की. Center stronger than the states. The value vote of each MP is 700. Baap re baap. So the total value votes coming from the center would be 700 into 770. Number बताओ. Very similar numbers. So it seems like the center and the states are almost equally participating. The value votes are almost equal. But the number of times each MLA's vote is going to be counted is 700. Yes? So the value vote of an MP is always more than the value vote of an MLA. Is that correct? Yes. The value vote of a Lok Sabha MP or a Rajya Sabha MP is the same. Yes. And this is interesting because we are talking about both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha MPs. And Rajya Sabha MPs are nothing but representatives of the states. So you have still given states duality of representation. You've tried to balance the federal wheel. Are we clear on this? So which means the basic principle is higher population, higher vote value, higher total vote value, and center stronger than the states. Rule number 1, rule number 2. यही है ना? बस Correct? Yes? So this is how you calculate. So therefore 543 plus 543,231 total कितना हुआ? These are the total number of votes. These are MP votes. These are MLA votes. MP votes and MLA votes. Yes. 10,86,430. एक प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन में 11 लाख वोट आते हैं. Each of these 11 lakh votes are a preference vote. Yes? Pakka? So we are now going to calculate with 10,86,431 the total number of the total value votes in a presidential election. Correct? Yes? Pakka? Sure? Good. Now whoever gets more than 50% of this wins. कितना हुआ? More than 50% कितना हुआ? 5,43,000. 0.5 है ना, 17 हुआ. प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ इंडिया बनने के लिए इतने वोट चाहिए. ऐसे भी बनते. 5,43,270. 16.570. कोई बात. ठीक है भाई, कोई बात नहीं, रख ले मेरी तरफ से एक एक्स्ट्रा. ठीक है? क्लियर? इतने वोट चाहिए. This is exactly how the president is to be elected. Now what happens is, this has to be done on a single transferable vote basis. इसमें proportional representation कहाँ था? This was our version of proportional representation. Your vote values are in proportion to your population and to your electorate. Our version. Now because only one person can become the president and you require a clear-cut majority more than 50%. So whoever gets this number the first is the person who is declared the president. तो अगर मैं ये नंबर को सिंप्लीफाई करने के लिए 100 कर, let us say there are 4 candidates. We were discussing this yesterday. A gets 40, B gets 30, C gets 20, D gets 1, 10. The least awarded, ये क्या? What is this representing? This is the first counting of votes. In the first counting of votes, 40 people have given A as their first preference. 30 have given B as their first preference. 20 have given C as their first preference. 10 have given D as their first preference. Which means D has the least first preference. So you take out all the 10 votes that D got. D got 10 votes? Yes or no? ठीक है भाई. इन सब में A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D, A, B, C, D. इन सब में D was first preference? Yes or no? All of these 10? All of these 10. You see who their second preference is. Let us say second preference, second preference, second preference, second preference. Let us say in the second column, B got second preference. In the third column, C got second preference. So you will add 4 votes to A. You will add 4 votes to B. You will have 2 votes to to C, and you will eliminate D. अब कितना बना? 44, 34, 22. अब सबसे कम कौन है? C. You will do the exact same thing for C. Yes. Here with C there will be 20 people with C as their first preference. There will be at least 2 people with C as their second preference. Then you will see the next preference, and then you will add. Because how many votes do you need? 51. This is the first round, this is the second round, this is the third round. This is how the president is elected. Now, this might seem complicated right now. It is. But in the history of this country, there has been only once that you've actually gone to the second round. Only once. Always in the first round itself, you had this number. Only once. Does anyone know who the president was? V.V. Giri. V.V. Giri was the only presidential election where you had to go to the second round. Otherwise, in the first round itself, you had 543, 216 votes to the same person. Do we understand this? Yes? Now, we also understood anti-defection law does not apply in a presidential election, and it is correlative to the fact that a presidential election is a secret election. Yes or no? Yes. Yet political parties have candidates. So when I apply this principle to political party candidates, let us say BJP, let us say Congress, let us say Trinamool Congress, yes, 3 major parties, let us say Aam Aadmi Party. Each of those will have 4 candidates, A, B and C and D. All BJP members in the Lok Sabha, all BJP members in the Rajya Sabha, in all the states which has BJP majority, all the state legislative assemblies in which there are BJP MPs will vote for A. Yes? So this means majoritarianism has a direct impact on presidential elections. That is my first piece of analysis. My second piece of analysis is the political party in majority at the center will also have an upper hand, because Lok Sabha has the maximum number of seats. At any given point of time, you will have at least 273 people belonging to your political party, which means each of these 273 people will have their votes counted 700 times. कितना हो गया? वन 5.5 लाख वोट में से 1,90,000 वोट आपके हैं. यस और नो? क्लियर कट एज है. यस. नाउ थिंक अबाउट इट. विदिन द लोक सभा ऑल्सो this is a very big number. Yes. So our 2 points of analysis is: one, majoritarianism has an impact on presidential elections, and two, a political party in power at the center also has an edge in presidential elections. Not a clear-cut edge, but definitely some form of upper edge. ठीक है? Are we clear on this? Now, generally, for example, what had happened in the 2022 election, there were two candidates, two basic candidates. Draupadi Murmu, she was projected as the candidate of the National Democratic Alliance, and the united opposition had projected Yashwant Sinha. Your two contestants were Draupadi Murmu ma'am and Yashwant Sinha sahab. ठीक है? Both of these had a certain amount of votes. Draupadi Murmu and Yashwant Sinha. Effectively हम क्या बोल रहे हैं? There are some individual votes. Yes or no? At the level of the states, you have 4,033 total MLAs. Yes or no? And these are translating into 5,43,200 something votes, 231 votes. And at the center you have 776 MPs, which are translating into how many votes? 5,43,200 votes. These are your total number of electors. These are your total number of votes. Yes or no? Correct? पक्का? Total number of electors कितने हुए? 4,033 plus 776, 4,809. हर एक का अपना अपना सिस्टम है, but total is 4,809 electors. Draupadi Murmu got 64% of the votes, and Yashwant Sinha got 35% of the votes. ठीक है? Understood? Out of these 4,809 voters, there were about 53 people whose votes were declared invalid or blank. Yes, नहीं vote किया. There is a position or a provision for blank or invalid votes. So you don't have nota, but you have blank or invalid votes. So your actual number of electors were 4,754. These were the total people who participated in the 2022 elections. So for these people, the total votes that were cast were 10,72,377. क्योंकि ये 30 लोगों का 53 लोगों का 10,000 वोट कम हो गया. दिस इज योर रियल प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन. अब पूछने दो प्री में. आर वी क्लियर ऑन दिस? यस. अब जिंदगी में प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शन नहीं भूलोगे, बिकॉज इट इज प्योर मैथ्स. वैल्यू ऑफ एन एमपी वोट डिपेंड्स ऑन द वैल्यू ऑफ अ स्टेट वोट. 3 स्टेप. स्टेट, एमपी, टोटल का 50% से ज्यादा. दैट्स इट. वैल्यू ऑफ ईच एमएलए, वैल्यू ऑफ टोटल स्टेट वोट्स, वैल्यू ऑफ ऑल स्टेट्स. ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दैट, वैल्यू ऑफ सिंगल एमपी वोट, वैल्यू ऑफ total MP votes. Add total state votes, total MP votes, 50% plus 1. This is how the President of India is elected. आया समझ में? Yes, so this is the process. These are your two important impacts. Now, when you are trying to do the analysis of a presidential election, there are certain key insights that you must be aware of, right? What are our facts? Our facts are MLA votes are not the same. Yes. MP votes, irrespective of Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, are the same. The value of each MP vote is more than the value of each MLA vote. Yes or no? Yes, 100%. However, you cannot say with certainty about the total value votes. Total value votes will depend upon how many votes are valid or invalid. Yes or no? Value of each MP's vote is more than the value of each MLA's vote. But to say the total value votes of MPs are more than MLAs, that's not necessarily true. In fact, in 2022 was not true. Yes or no? So this cannot be mathematically computed. How is a vote invalid? You can just stand up and say, I will abstain from voting. They don't technically use the word nota, but you say, I will not vote. Okay? Or they will not vote in the same prescribed form. या कई बार क्या करेंगे, वोट करते करते ऐसे दिखा देंगे, सीक्रेट बैलेट ब्रेक हो गया, वोट इनवैलिड हो गया. Right? We have secret ballot for every election, except, any idea? In Rajya Sabha, we have a limited secret ballot. What is meant by limited secret ballot? It means, suppose ये मेरा वोट है, ठीक है, मैं ऐसे आया, I am BJP, he is BJP whip, I will just show it to him, अपने को ही दिया है, don't worry, पैसा. Limited secret ballot. You only have to show your vote to your party whip or your party representative. Otherwise, it is a secret vote. किसमें? हाँ, of course. Are we clear on this? ठीक. So this effectively is your analysis. Now this analysis leads to certain important theories. First, we have a unitary form of federalism. Yes or no? Because MP votes have larger vote values, despite the fact that they are based on vote values of the MLAs. 2, we have an asymmetric form of federalism when it comes to presidential elections. Now, I'll explain this to you. There's something called symmetric federalism. There is something called asymmetric federalism. Symmetric federalism simply means all states are equal. Before the center, all states are equal. Asymmetric means some states have more preference, some states have lesser preference amongst each other and before the center. So for example, you have special provisions under 371A onwards. This is a form of asymmetric federalism because the center is going to do something special for those states. Different vote values of different states is a form of asymmetric federalism. Do we understand this? Yes? Absolutely. Are we clear on this? Excellent. So this is how it is executed. This is how the president's election is completed. Okay? Interestingly, I found this piece of article which I found to be very interesting. For some reason, all presidential elections have been challenged in the court of law. All presidential elections. I don't understand why, but that is the case. And mostly they have been challenged by the same person. Yes. I mean, इतने साल तो एक इंसान नहीं रहेगा, but most of them have been challenged by the same person on grounds of undue influence, buying votes, barter system, and generally the Supreme Court very clearly has jurisdiction over presidential and vice presidential election disputes. It was originally just the president, but the Supreme Court has exclusive jurisdiction on president and vice presidential elections. The High Court has jurisdiction over election petitions, but Supreme Court exclusively for president and vice president, for a simple reason: center stronger than the states. It's a national election. They will have powers over state institutions. This is why. Are we clear on this? Now comes the larger question. What happens, let us say, in 2022, we have a new president. In 2023, the Supreme Court declares the election of this president invalid. This is a prelims question. Between 2022 to 2023, the president would have taken certain actions. Yes or no? What happens to those actions? Apply logic and you will know the answer. Apply logic and you will know the answer. Basically, one out of the two things. Either the actions will be validated or they will not be validated. Anybody who has an answer, raise your hands. They will be valid. Tell me why. Very good. Anything else? Ministers. Yes. When the prelims throws a question at you where memory will not recall, go back to logic. For actions to be invalidated, play the devil's advocate. For actions of the president to be invalidated, the president should have taken some actions on their own. We know the president has absolutely zero constitutional discretion. There is nothing that the president does on their own. They have to act on the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers. So the actions of the president are actually actions of the Council of Ministers. So even if the president's election is declared invalid, they continue to hold office. Their aid and advice remains intact. So therefore, the decisions remain intact. Understood? Yes? This is why. So if they throw an uncomfortable question, think logically. The president, okay, but what is it that the president does? What are the independent powers of the president? Lok Sabha mein bolte hai na, any bill pending in the Lok Sabha ends with the end of the Lok Sabha, because it is a substantive house. They have real powers to decide what bill should be passed and what bill should not be? Do they have any real powers? No. If the president has no real powers, then why would you give them any independent validation or invalidation powers? Do we understand this? Yes? So, when we are discussing presidential elections, we have to discuss three things. We've discussed two out of the three. We have discussed a broad summary of the composition and the process. We have done a detailed procedure of the presidential elections. Now we have to do the eligibility framework and removal. The technical word for removal is impeachment. You use the word impeachment only for the president, not for anybody else. Are we clear on this? Now, there's something called qualifications, and there are something called grounds for impeachment or removal or whatever. So, grounds for impeachment. There is a distinct difference between the two. If you don't have these qualifications, you cannot even contest. After contesting on these grounds, you can be removed. Do you understand the difference? If you are not a citizen of India, you cannot even contest an MP election. And if you contest and we later find out you are not a citizen of India, you can be disqualified. It is a pre-qualification also, and it is a post-disqualification also. Correct. Yes. Just give me 2 minutes. Do we understand this? नहीं लगेगा, but I'll come to that. ठीक है? चलो शुरू करते हैं. So we'll first start with a larger process called qualifications. A larger process called qualifications. ठीक है? Basic qualifications. Let's understand this. Qualifications are categorically prescribed under Article 58. Do I need to remember this article number for the exam? No. For the pre, no. For the mains, definitely no. नहीं भी याद रखेंगे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं. ठीक है? चलिए एक छोटे सा ट्रिक बताता हूं. The first qualification, of course, is citizen. Does not matter, you can be a citizen in any manner. You've discussed this in citizenship. Birth, registration, descent, naturalization does not matter. As long as you are a citizen, it is good. The end matters, not the means. Okay? Now comes the larger issue of age. 35. थोड़ा सा रफ वर्क में देख लो. लोकसभा 25, स्टेट लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली 25. सो लोकसभा स्टेट लेजिस्लेटिव असेंबली 25, राज्यसभा स्टेट लेजिस्लेटिव काउंसिल 30, प्रेसिडेंट गवर्नर 35. इन तीनों में 5-5 साल का फर्क है. बहुत सिंपल है, याद रह जाएगा, बट जरूरत नहीं है. इन डेमोक्रेसी द एवरेज ऑर्डिनरी लाइफ स्पैन ऑफ अ गवर्नमेंट इज 5 years. सो द यंगेस्ट राज्यसभा member would be 30 years. The youngest Lok Sabha member would be 25 years. This 30 years person has seen 5 years of life, 5 years of government, 5 years of public policy. I'm not saying this person has been an MP necessarily for 5 years. उम्र से तजुर्बा आता है ना. मेरा वाइट बाल है तो मैं सही बोलता है, यस और नो? बुढ़ा हो गया है मैं, सही बोलता है मैं, इसलिए. That is the only difference. And in democracy, 5 years is your ordinary lifespan. It all comes down to rule number 1, democratic mandate. 25, 30, 35. You've seen 5 more years of life than the other one, which is why your age is 35. ठीक है? Now, the interesting qualification is, if you want to contest for the president, that means you should be eligible for contesting at a Lok Sabha election, with the only exception of age. Age छोड़ के you should be an eligible contestant as far as a Lok Sabha election is concerned. Now, what is an eligible contestant? An eligible contestant is, you must be a registered voter, yes, in any constituency, in any part of the country, and you should be minimum 25 years of age. ठीक है? पक्का? Now the question is, why? Again, rule number 1, democratic mandate. You are the first citizen of the country. You want to be the president of India. इतनी तो औकात रखो कि लोकसभा कंटेस्ट करने के लायक हो. जीतो हारो मुझे फर्क नहीं पड़ता, but you are eligible to contest a Lok Sabha election. That means you have to be a registered voter in the country. वोटर ही नहीं हो तो कंटेस्टेंट कैसे बन सकते? यस और नो? यस. ठीक है. नाउ कम्स द इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट. You do not hold something called office of profit. I will teach this as a separate topic also. But office of profit. First things first, you must understand, office of profit is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's not something you should be ashamed of. If you do any work for which you are paid, you have office of profit. Basically, all of you, once you get into the civil services, all of you will be holding office of profit. उसको आप मुनाफा मत सोचो. Profit here means compensation in reward for your services. So if you have an office of profit, it simply means you are already productively engaged with the government. बस दो नहीं होने चाहिए और कुछ. ठीक है? The government on a case by case basis has a list. उसमें वो ऐड करते रहते हैं कि ये ऑफिस एग्जेम्प्टेड है, ये ऑफिस एग्जेम्प्टेड है, ये ऑफिस एग्जेम्प्टेड है. यस, टू अलाउ फॉर पॉलिटिकल फेवरेटिज्म. What is exempted and what is not is left to the government, is left to the state. They can keep adding more and more and more. Yes, Jaya Bachchan में भी फंसी थी वो, because she was a member of the censor board. At the same time, she was a member of parliament. So we will discuss these cases from Sachin Tendulkar to Jaya Bachchan, everybody. Yes, but office of profit is fundamentally not a bad thing. Clear? And amongst the list of exemptions, president, vice president, governor, a central or a state minister, they are not counted as office of profit. अगर आप existing president हो and you're contesting again, not an office of profit. You're an existing governor of a state, not an office of profit. तभी तो current vice president became the current vice president. The current vice president is the ex-governor of West Bengal, a central or a state minister. Understood? Are we clear? So as long as you are any of these things, no problem, you can contest. We'll do this office of profit in detail. It is regulated by law. There is a list that is maintained, and according to that list, whatever office is there in that list is exempted from office of profit. मतलब अगर आपके पास ये है और कुछ और भी है तो भी चलेगा, no problem. Like for example, a whip. A whip is a whip and a member of parliament. A leader of opposition is leader of opposition and member of parliament. भाई prime minister is prime minister and MP. Both offices exempted है, होना चाहिए. Yes. So there is a list of offices which are exempted under office of profit. इसमें कोई खराब बात, गवर्नमेंट इसमें एग्जेम्पशन देती रहती. समझ में आ रहा है? अंडरस्टूड? सो दैट more and more people can be accommodated in different forms. ठीक है? पक्का? Because every MP cannot be made a minister, but an MP has to be made. किसी को कोई PSU का चेयरमैन बना दिया, किसी को कोई डायरेक्टर बना दिया, because ministerial birth नहीं दे पाए. So that post will be exempted. Every government adds these posts. आपको मेरे को पता भी नहीं चलता. Understood? Yes. It is exactly because of this you have a cap on the number of ministers. नहीं तो सबको मिनिस्टर बनाते. You cannot have the number of ministers cannot be more than 15% in the at the center, more than 15% of the strength of the Lok Sabha. Yes. So more than 15% of 543 कितना हुआ? 80. 80 मिनिस्टर के ऊपर नहीं हो सकते. बाकियों को क्या करोगे? कुछ और दोगे? डायरेक्टर ONGC, इंडिपेंडेंट डायरेक्टर भेल, गेल, सेल. यस. अब ऑफिस ऑफ प्रॉफिट है, यू विल एग्जेम्प्ट दैट ऑफिस. गेम ये है बस. आया समझ में? यस. सो ऑफिस ऑफ प्रॉफिट is nothing technically wrong. The term is not wrong. Are we abusing it? Yes. Are we bypassing the principles of parliamentary democracy? Yes. Is it in sound principles of what a parliamentary system of government should be like? No. But is it legally all right? Yes. Morally? No. तो ये आपका ethical dilemma भी बन गया. You have fixed the number of ministers. ये जो 15% है, ये क्यों आया? Because of anti-defection law. लोग इधर इधर उधर उधर भाग रहे हैं, बोल रहे हैं ऑपोजिशन छोड़ के आ जाओ, मंत्री बना देता हूं. मंत्री बन गए. That is the biggest lure. If I cap कि मेरे सेंटर पे मंत्री 80 हो सकते हैं, अब छोड़ के क्यों आओगे? MP बनने के लिए, वो तो अब ऐसे भी हो. Yes or no? फिर अगले 5 साल बाद एंटी इंक्यूमेंसी का फायदा उठा लेना. वोट तो वैसे ही पड़ेंगे. Yes or no? So this cap of 15% on the total number of ministers is a response to acute defections in India. And to bypass these defections, you came up with something called office of profit. आया समझ में? कहानी ये. Are we clear? ठीक. So when we look at qualifications, these are your 4 qualifications. Citizen, 35, eligible to be a Lok Sabha candidate, contestant, minus the age criteria, and should not hold an office of profit. You have given exemptions. Okay. So can a sitting MP or a sitting MLA contest a presidential election? कर लो, हो जाए, छोड़ दे. Yes or no? पक्का? ठीक है. Done. Now, let's look at conditions. Let's look at conditions. Yes. The day you get elected, you have to resign. ठीक है, चलो. Conditions. क्या कर रहा है? फिर conditions. Certain conditions of office are governed by Article 59. Certain basic conditions of office are governed by Article 59. ये important है प्री के लिए, बहुत ध्यान से देना. ठीक है. Number one, what we were discussing. MPs, MLAs can contest, but they will have to vacate their positions after election. Office of Profit में exempted नहीं है, but अलग से ये exemption दिया है in the President and Vice Presidential Elections Act of 1952. Second, as the President, you cannot hold any other office of profit. Vice President can. Yeah? If you're the Vice President and you're the chairperson of Rajya Sabha, then are you the Vice President of India and the chairperson at the same time? So this is exempted under Office of Profit. ये allowed है. But can the Vice President also do something else? No. वो आपका जवाब. The Vice President is the ex officio chairperson, agreed. But the Vice President is also the Vice President and the chairperson. Yes or no? So in the absence of the President, it is the Vice President who takes over until you have a new President. Yes. Discharge कर रहे हैं ना functions. फिर are we clear? No, you only get one salary. ऐसा कितना क्या है? दोनों तरफ से चाहिए. That's why you say ex officio ना. ठीक है. Now, third. Any idea what Schedule 2 says? Yes. The salary is determined by Schedule 2 and the Parliament by law can alter their salaries, their allowances. This is not a constitutional amendment. The Constitution has no mention whatsoever. Schedule 2 does. Yes, the Parliament can make a law, increase, decrease their salaries and so on and so forth. ठीक है. Fourth, they have security of tenure, which means their salaries, their emoluments, they cannot be diminished during their tenure. कम नहीं कर सकते because they are going to be performing some vital functions as the president. Death penalty हो गया, ordinances हो गया, veto कर रहे हो कि नहीं ये सब? So that is why you have these basic functions. Do we understand this? Now, unless it is a financial emergency, under 368 आप कुछ भी कम कर सकते हो. So under financial emergency article article 360, can I reduce the salary emoluments of the president? Yes. Chief Justice? Yes. Vice President? Yes. सबका कम कर सकते. ठीक है? So your salary and emoluments are not to be diminished. This is under ordinary times. ठीक है? Clear? Now, the question is who delivers the oath to you? Again, apply rule number 3 and rule number 4. separation of powers and checks and balances. The president is a part of the parliament, not a member of it. The president is the head of the union, which means heads the executive. कौन बचा? J. J की चचा कौन है? Chief Justice of India. ओथ कौन देगा? Chief Justice of India. Rule number 3, separation of power. सबसे ज्यादा प्री में गलतियां यहाँ होती, क्योंकि यहाँ मेमोरी फेड करती है. प्रेसिडेंट था, अरे ओहो, ये नहीं होना. जब भी डाउट हो, क्रॉस चेक, अप्लाई रूल नंबर 3 and you'll come to the right answer. It will reaffirm your answer. ये समझ में आया? Yes, good. अब इसमें ज्यादा मेरे को ज्ञान चाहिए नहीं कि ओथ कैसे दिया जाता है, क्यों दिया जाता है, ओहो आहा, नहीं चाहिए. पक्का? अंडरस्टूड? ठीक. अब जो आए यहाँ वो जाएगा, तो जाने का प्रोसेस देख लेते. We have broadly done the जाने का process when we had studied majorities, but this impeachment process is important. एक बार देख लीजिए. Impeachment process, impeachment कैसे होता है? First things first, it is governed by provisions of Article 62. Governed by provisions of Article 61 actually. Sorry, my bad, 61. Sorry यार, जान ही खा जाते. ठीक है. Article 61. Now, this is the fun part. In a presidential election, elected members of the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, State Legislative Assembly and Delhi and Pondicherry participate. But in a presidential impeachment, only the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha participate, and both elected and nominated members participate. Which leads to two very important questions. Question number 1. Why do state legislative assemblies not participate in the impeachment? We know why they participate in the election. 2. Why do nominated members not participate in the election but now are suddenly participating in the impeachment? ये दो सवाल बनते हैं. Anybody would like to try and think about it? आराम से tell me. Okay. Good. ठीक है. गुड. ये तो पहला रीजन हो गया. इसका see, the states participate in the electoral process because you have to give a form of legitimacy to the office of the president so that certain actions can be taken by the office. One of the prominent forms of those actions is emergency. Yes, the president also promulgates an ordinance. An ordinance on the basis of the union list is applicable throughout the country, and the country includes states as well. So there is a lot of legitimacy when the states participate in the election to the president. This also is an appeasement in our federal principle, our hollow candy to the states. But when it comes to the impeachment of the president, See, in the election, the center and the states almost had an equal value vote. States do not participate in the impeachment of the president for constitutional reasons and for logistical reasons. Your constitutional reasons are, then the center stronger than the state's principle will not apply. Because every time, think about this, this is state 1, this is state 2, this is state 3. Congress, Congress, Congress. President is here. President applies state emergency in state 1, shuts down the legislature. State 2 can start impeachment proceedings against the president. Very possible? Yes. So therefore, it will take away the purpose and the vitality of certain constitutional provisions, such as those of emergency. The states will have a more significant role in national policy making, such as the president. 2. This will fundamentally distort the balance of center stronger than the states, right? From a logistical point of view, we have 28 states and at least 2 union territories with legislatures who have participated in the election. That means you have 30 variables to go through every time there could be an impeachment problem. And anyways, the Rajya Sabha is participating, and you will have members of state legislative assembly choosing their respective Rajya Sabha. Even they would have sent Rajya Sabha MPs. Delhi and Pondicherry also have Rajya Sabha representation. Yes. MLAs of states Delhi and Pondicherry have respectively chosen people and sent them representing states Delhi and Pondicherry to the Rajya Sabha. Yes or no? So therefore, the Rajya Sabha is anyways a representative of state will, and because you're a representative of state will, you anyways have a federal presence. Yes or no? So this answers the question. Now comes the second question. The second question is, why do nominated members don't participate in the election but they participate in the impeachment? Right? Now, some of you said the president appoints the nominated members on the basis of Council of Ministers. These nominated members are now only in the Rajya Sabha. So literature, arts, science and social service, these are the only categories, right? Now, why do they not participate in the electoral process? You are saying because the president themselves has elected them. Yes. ये तो बाद में होगा ना, ये थोड़ी लगेगा, तो पुराने वाले ने चूज करा था, नए वाले का क्या? In the rare condition that the same president is recontesting, then you can have a vote bias. Yes or no? Now, the more important reason. The grounds for removal of the president. What is the ground? Violation of the Constitution. Violation of the Constitution. This ground has not been defined anywhere, right? What is the meaning of violation has not been defined anywhere. It could be something very simple, it could be something very severe, but no specific grounds have been mentioned. Yes or no? Yes? अनअकैडमी से मैसेज आया था, आप क्या हैप्पी रिपब्लिक डे, तुमको तो बताते, तुमको भी आया होगा, मेरे को आया. Yes, the grounds are not mentioned. Yes or no? Now, apply the judicial function principle we have discussed before. Whether an act is a violation of the constitution or not is at least a quasi judicial function. Yes or no? Whether that incident, that fact happened or not, and whether that fact is a breach of the law, which is violation of the constitution. So when you are deciding something has violated the constitution or not, yes or no, are you actually performing a democratic exercise? No. You are performing a quasi judicial exercise. The parliament is being a quasi judicial body. Yes or no? Now, if you are being a quasi judicial body, then whether you are elected or nominated makes no difference, because you have to independently apply your mind. Yes or no? Yes. Absolutely. So this is why nominated members participate in a presidential impeachment but not in a presidential election, because the impeachment process is a quasi judicial function. You are doing an investigation. आप इलेक्ट होके आए हो या नहीं होके आए, yes or no, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, because you are performing a quasi judicial function. And there is also a very important secret weapon. What about anti-defection law? Can a whip be issued कि all BJP members will say yes, remove, all Congress members will say no, remove? Yes or no? Yes. ओपन वोटिंग है, बिल्कुल कर सकते हो. सीक्रेट बैलेट थोड़ी है. ओपन वोटिंग है, फ्लोर वोटिंग है, फिर which means you will still have party loyalties while removing the president. So your electoral mandate will still be upheld. आया समझ में? सांप भी मर गया, लाठी भी नहीं टूटी. समझ में आया? Yes or no? खुशी देखो चेहरे पे. There is nothing better than applying logic to law. Then memory becomes secondary. So is anti-defection law applicable to presidential impeachment? Yes, absolutely. You can issue a whip because it's open floor voting. Any floor voting, defection law is applicable. This is floor voting. You are voting on the floor of the house, so it is applicable. Understood this? Yes? ठीक है. Now, let's get into the process of impeachment. Process of impeachment. Remember, we spoken about a word called resolution when we spoke about majorities. A resolution is a statement. It is a statement expressing a will. Yes? So generally what happens is, either from the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha, either from the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha, a resolution, which is nothing but a statement signed by 1/4 of the members of either of the two houses, this has to be presented. Are we clear on this? And you get 14 days of notice कि अगर 1 जनवरी को आपने ये स्पीकर को दिया है तो फिर 15 जनवरी के बाद कार्रवाई शुरू होगी. 14 days. समझ में आया? स्टेप नंबर 1. स्टेप नंबर 2, you will require more than 2/3 of the total strength of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Very clearly, there is no joint sitting, because if that happens, then the federal balance gets distorted. Then the Lok Sabha will have an upper edge, simply because they have more number of people. वैसे ही स्टेट्स को नहीं बिठा रहे हैं, ऊपर से दोनों को साथ बिठा दो तो राज्यसभा पे चढ़ नहीं जाएंगे. Yes. So no joint sitting. No joint sitting in the case of a presidential impeachment. ठीक है? Understood this? Now, this is an investigation, which means this is a quasi-judicial process. The parliament is acting like a quasi-judicial body. Yes, this means principles of natural justice will apply. समझ में आया? Remember principles of natural justice? Magna Carta online class, we covered this. Principles of natural justice will apply. Are we okay with this? Yes. Now, the important part. Lok Sabha passes it, then goes to the Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha passes it, then goes to the Lok Sabha. There is no specific order whatsoever. Either of the houses can start the impeachment procedure. There is absolutely no compulsion whatsoever. ठीक है? Understood? Now, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha can have an independent investigation. Lok Sabha बोलेगा हाँ हाँ कांड किया है. Rajya Sabha is not bound by this outcome. Rajya Sabha will say no, we don't find the person guilty. Lok Sabha is not bound by the outcome. Both of the houses can have an independent adjudication process. And because principles of natural justice are applicable, this means you can have representation. The president can have a lawyer, can have anyone represent himself or herself. Are we clear on this? Yes? Pakka? Now, if at all there is a vacancy that has been created, okay? If at all there is a vacancy that has been created, this could be because of death, this could be because of resignation. We've had a few presidents die in office. I hope you're aware of this. When we say die in office, it does not mean ki office mein bethe. It means while you were the president. Yes? Does anybody know a few names? Zakir Hussain. Yes. Died in office while you were the president. So how does vacancy happen? Death, resignation, or impeachment. Either of the three cases. In either of the three cases, it is very categorically given that elections to the next president should happen within 6 months. Right? This is categorically stated in Article 62. Why 6 months? Because the maximum duration between 2 sessions of any house is emergency, ordinance, impeachment. सब में क्या लगता है? 6 महीने में तो एक बार बैठना ही पड़ेगा. Yes or no? इसलिए 2 मिनट. ठीक है? Article 62 is very clear cut and categorical about it. And this is where we are different from the US. In India, according to Article 65, the Vice President will officiate as the President. The Vice President will officiate as the President until you have the next President. ठीक है? In the US, That's not the case. Suppose the US president dies midway after 2 years. How long is a US president duration? 4 years. US is 4, R is 5, because our democratic cycle is 5. अगर वो 2 साल के बाद US president मर जाता है, the vice president of the US becomes the president for the remainder 2 years, because they're a presidential system. Both the president and the vice president enjoy actual mandate. Here, the vice president is only chosen by the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. You don't have the mandate, rule number 1, to be a replacement president. Yes or no? हमारे प्रेसिडेंट को तो स्टेट ने भी चुना, सेंटर ने भी चुना, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट को तो सिर्फ सेंटर ने चुना. So you don't have rule number 1, the democratic mandate. ठीक है? In fact, the second major difference is, in India, प्रेसिडेंट नहीं है, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट नहीं है, कहीं ना कहीं चीफ जस्टिस भी बैठ सकते हैं. ये अमेरिका में नहीं हो सकता. There is no provision in America to have a judge become a president, because in a presidential democracy you have stricter separation of अपने यहाँ तो सब मिल बांट के कुछ होता है. Understood? I told you, now we are in pure game of intelligence. अब सीधा CSAT लॉजिक पे पूरी पॉलिटी है. The tough part is over. Theme 3 में जान निकलती है, मौत आती है, because there is so much jurisprudence. इधर तो कुछ नहीं. In fact, what US has is a very interesting provision. They have the provision of something called a designated survivor. Does anybody know what it is? I'll tell you. After 9/11, they have made a specific provision for something called a designated survivor. बहुत interesting है. जैसे हमारे यहाँ motion of thanks होता है, right? The president will address houses, we'll discuss. In fact, there are actually 2 types of motion of thanks in India. One, that the president has to, the start of every session, beginning of every 5 years. The second is if the president wants to call a joint session, jointly address. That has never happened in Indian history. Every time there has been a motion of thanks, it has only been on the first instance, the first session of the year, and so on and so forth. US also has something like this. So your entire Congress, which is the US Parliament, lower house and upper house, they are all together. Yes, the president is also there. The vice president is also there. Your entire US state is in one place. Yes or no? There cannot be anything more dangerous. It's a high risk security issue. And US has a history of people bombing planes into buildings. What if somebody takes another plane, bombs the house, the US Capitol? The parliament, what is our Sansad Bhavan, is their capital. It's US Capitol. सब खत्म. President खत्म, vice president खत्म, सारे US के MP खत्म. Yes. They leave one person outside. That one person cannot attend. That one person is under absolute security when the whole thing is happening. That one person is called the designated survivor. सबसे वाहियात MP को बाहर रखते हैं, जिसका कोई काम नहीं. Because statistically it's a very limited possibility. But है. Yes. Hypothetically कुछ हो जाए. Hypothetically कुछ हो जाए. That designated survivor becomes the precedent for the remainder period. Understood? Yes. Imagine. It's like everybody's gone for a party at home and you have been left कि तुम कुत्ता बिल्ली का ध्यान रखो. Yes? And suddenly you become Malik. Chance is 0.5%. कि फॉर एग्जाम्पल पूरा अंबानी परिवार अंटिला से अभी अयोध्या गए थे. सेम थिंग है ना. फ्रॉम अंटिला टू अयोध्या दे वेंट अभी रिसेंटली. किसी को घर छोड़ के गए होंगे. यस. खुदा ना खास्ता कुछ हो जाए, वेरी पॉसिबल दैट 1% बिकम मालिक ऑफ अंटिला. Yes or no? Antilla is their official residence. The most weird looking building. Yes. एक पुराना स्टूडेंट है 2018-19 का, उसका CAPF हो गया and he has been deputed to Ambani Security. So they have a, because they get Z plus, so you have certain officers from the armed forces who are, you know, their Ambani security. तो वो कह रहा था उसका इजराइल में ट्रेनिंग हुआ था. तो वेरी नाम नहीं बोल सकता मैं, तो प्रॉब्लम है, बट आई रिमेम्बर उसका यूपीएससी नहीं निकला सेकेंड अटेम्प्ट में, मीन्स उसका CAPF निकल गया. And then he got into one of these paramilitary forces. Then after a year or two he was in Israel for full training. There's a proper, उसको फौजी बनना था, उसका मन से यूनिफॉर्म चाहिए था IPS टाइप, बट वेरी नाइस, वेरी सोबर, हरियाणा का ही था. और 2-2 हफ्ते में एक बार कोचिंग खत्म होने के बाद महीने में एक बार ऐसे पूरा बस लेके आता था, आंसर चेक कराता था. वेरी गुड पॉइंट. तो उसका इजराइल में वो ट्रेनिंग किया. उसका भी आया था लास्ट 2 months के पहले मैसेज, सर आई एम ऑन अंबानी सिक्योरिटी एंड आई हैड सो मच टू से. मैंने कहा चल चल, गुड लक. तो डेजिग्नेटेड सर, क्लियर. सो प्रेसिडेंट कंपोजिशन, प्रेसिडेंट इलेक्शंस, इसके ऊपर कुछ नहीं आएगा. We've had recent elections in 2022. There cannot be a comparative question on presidential elections till 2027. तब तक आपका हो जाएगा बस. डन. कितना मुश्किल था. Now tomorrow we cannot meet because if we meet we will get arrested. So day after tomorrow we will meet. Sunday also we will meet. And we'll finish powers of the president and analysis of the powers of the president in over Saturday and Sunday. ठीक है. Notes are almost ready. I'll release them. थोड़ा सा बचा था but हो गया अभी पूरा. ठीक है. Done. So let's close 4:40. See you there. समझ में आया? ये ट्रिक सीख रहे हो, ऐसे सोचना सीखना है. बिकॉज ये सीख गए तो प्री में गलती नहीं. देखो प्री में ऐसे ही पूछता है. एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ लगेगा प्रेसिडेंशियल इंपीचमेंट पे, इलेक्शन में नहीं लगेगा. बिकॉज इलेक्शन इज बैलेट वोटिंग. बैलेट वोटिंग इज सीक्रेट वोटिंग. इफ देयर इज सीक्रेट वोटिंग देयर कैन नॉट बी एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ. फ्लोर वोटिंग इज ओपन वोटिंग. इफ देयर इज ओपन वोटिंग देयर कैन बी एंटी डिफेक्शन लॉ. ऐसा सोचना है. आर वी क्लियर ऑन दिस? समझ में आया? ओके. हैप्पी रिपब्लिक डे एवरीवन. यस, हैव अ लवली लवली रिपब्लिक डे. एंड सोचना that if we were not a republic, there's no point being independent. बिना संविधान के आजादी का ज्यादा कुछ कर नहीं सकते. यस, ठीक है. हैव अ गुड छुट्टी, अच्छे से एंजॉय. चलो रेस्ट करना. ऑल राइट, गुड आफ्टरनून. थीम 4 एग्जीक्यूटिव. Topic 1 Union. Thanks. President 3. Now we're going to get into the powers of the president. Of course, always. We're going to now start with the powers of the president. We'll finish up in a consolidated manner every power of the president related to everything in the constitution together, not just within the scope of presidential powers, but everything to do with the constitution. And this gives us a segue to enter Council of Ministers. Pranav Mukherjee once said, I believe that the office of the President of India is not sought, it is offered. The first President of India, Dr. Rajendra Prasad, was known to have frequent disagreements with our Prime Minister, Jawaharlal Nehru. And in fact, Dr. Rajendra Prasad was known to have open public disagreements and criticisms of the government policy. There was another president called President K.R. Narayanan. K.R. Narayanan was one such assertive president who gave speeches, broke protocols, in fact, even gave interviews to senior journalists. He was known to have once given a very famous public interview where he said, I am not a rubber stamp, I'm more than that. And while saying so, he had returned a bill back to the government. This was regarding the imposition of President's rule in the state of UP back in the day. APJ Abdul Kalam once returned an Office of Profit Bill, 2006, for reconsideration. And he was deeply against the extravagant lifestyle the President of India leads in terms of the kind of infrastructure, privileges, perks and benefits that the President gets. APJ Abdul Kalam was also often known as the People's President. The point of me giving you these anecdotal examples not only is that you can quote them in the mains, but is also to explain to you the diversity of office. It is never about the post. It is always about the person who's holding the post. It is true of the president, it is true of the prime minister, it is true of any government office held by literally anyone. If you think of presidents like Pranab Mukherjee, they were also very, very assertive, especially when it comes to dealing with mercy petitions. To the point that President Pranab Mukherjee rejected about 28 mercy petitions. That is why around the same time in the mains exam you had a question about the delay in commutation of death sentences. The 9th president, Shankar Dayal Sharma, had returned 2 executive orders to the cabinet back in the day in 1996 because they were inappropriately issued before a general election. It seemed like, you could say, campaign management or profiteering from an election. President Fakhruddin Ali Ahmad, one of the most remarkable presidents we've ever had, interestingly accepted the demand of Indira Gandhi to impose a national emergency in 1975. Fakhruddin Ali Ahmad was in Russia at that time. So you've had compliant presidents, you had rebel presidents, you've had presidents with a mind of their own. When we get into a discussion on the powers of the president, there is so much that you can read, there is so much that you can study. but only this much is actually important for the exam. Because the UPSC never asks you political questions. And powers of the president is this close to asking a political question. So you have to be very careful about these things. It's a PubAd question, no doubt. In public administration, they can ask you of the nature of the president. In general studies, absolutely. As I was telling you, this is also true for the Prime Minister as well. The relationship between the Prime Minister, the Principal Secretary to the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Secretary will depend on the personality of the Prime Minister, will depend on the nature of government. In the current dispensation, the Principal Secretary to the PM is a far more significant civil servant because the Prime Minister is a very strong office. In a coalition government, or let's say in a Vajpayee government, the Chief Secretary would have, the Cabinet Secretary, would have assumed greater significance given that there was a greater management that had to be done. So the point that I'm really trying to put across is the nature of powers is a very political discussion. There are enough and more examples around it. What we have to do is simply stick to the ground. What is absolutely necessary for the exam, right? Now, the powers of the president start from Article 53. And Article 53 gives you 4 very, very important points. The first and the foremost is that the executive power of the union will vest in the president. In some time, maybe today or definitely tomorrow, I will ask you a very simple question, which is, what the hell do you mean by executive power? What is executive power? So Article 53 firstly tells you the executive power of the union vests in the president. This is your prelims question. In reality, it would vest in the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister. In some time we will discuss that when we say that India is a parliamentary system of government, to my limited understanding, it is a misleading term. What India actually is a cabinet form of government, where true power lies with the ministers. They decide when the houses are going to sit. They decide the agenda of the Lok Sabha. They decide the passage of most number of bills. They take calls on most policy issues. And the person heading the Council of Ministers is actually the president. We'll come to that. But this is the analysis of it. We as UPSC aspirants have to run by the book. And the book very clearly tells us who has the executive power of the union? The president. For the prelims, this is a short answer. No matter what reality might be. If in the prelims you get a question, who's the executive head? It is the president. बात खत्म. Reality क्या है, किसके पास क्या power है, यहाँ पे अपना हाथ टाइट करना है. 2. The president is also going to be the supreme commander of the armed forces. Now, what does this mean? What does the supreme commander of the armed forces mean? And the story doesn't end here. Whatever the president does as the supreme commander of the armed forces actually can be regulated by law. It is not an absolute power. It is not an uncontrollable power. It is written in the text of the Constitution. Your job starts and ends with the text of the Constitution. It is very clear. Is the President the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces? Yes. But whatever the President does can be regulated by law. Do we have a law for something like this yet? No. We've not needed to. But can we have a law in the future regulating presidential powers with respect to the armed forces? Yes. Now, I have a very simple question. When we say the President is the Supreme Commander of the armed forces, what does that mean? सबने पढ़ा है ये. Everybody knows the President is the Supreme Commander of the armed forces. What does this mean? What is the purpose of this? Okay, but why? What is the significance of it? To protect army men. Armed rebellion. How will this protect armed rebellion? Political use na ho army ka, which is a good point. So, as the Supreme Commander of the armed forces, what exactly it is that the President does? Very good. Yes, very good. The President by law has to be apolitical. By law. Once you become the President, you have to officially resign from the membership of any political party whatsoever. The second Pranav Mukherjee becomes the President of India, he officially resigns from the Indian National Congress. That's simple. So by law he is apolitical. That's the difference between the President and the Speaker of the Lok Sabha. The Speaker by law does not have to be apolitical. You can continue to be a member of the political party. You are expected to be politically neutral, but you are not expected to be apolitical. The answer to the question, what exactly does the President do as the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, means, first things first, in case of any conflict in decision making, the final order of the President for the armed forces is the binding order. Now we know that the President does not have any independent powers to issue an order. So this order which is issued by the President is on the advice of the Council of Ministers. So in a way, you have created a speed breaker in political opportunism, right? Now think about it. We authorized a surgical strike. Was the President involved at any time? Did the President authorize it? No. It was largely done as a coordination effort between the PMO, the Defense Ministry and the Armed Forces. See, what you must understand is that the placement of armed forces in a democracy is to be very unique. There is a reason why army is kept a little away from policy decisions of defense, because the second army officers are given real powers of policy making, there is a very real chance of a military coup. But at the same time, you require the expertise of the army officials for that strategic brilliance when it comes to army policy decisions. That is why you create offices like the chief of defense staff. You have an integrated command. You'll have army officers posted in the defense ministry. But at the very top, you'll have a defense minister, you'll have a defense secretary, and that is pretty much it. The army will always be kept at a comfortable arm's length in a parliamentary democracy. The sheer chance of a coup, though extremely unlikely given the army that we have, we are a very, very obedient and a very, very compliant army. But at the same time, you cannot leave these things to chance. Because the best example comes from our immediate neighborhood. Both on Myanmar side and on Pakistan side. Both are clear-cut examples of a military coup. So as the supreme commander, the final order in case of a conflict will come from the president. Whenever the oath is administered to officers who are commissioned in the army, the oath is in the name of the president. As someone said, if at all there has to be an official declaration of war, it is by the president. It also correlates with certain emergency powers because it is the president who issues a proclamation of national emergency. And the president's power to issue a proclamation of national emergency is based on national security grounds. And the armed forces are the most effective instruments of dealing with national security. So the loop gets completed in that sense. But what exactly is the president supposed to do as the supreme commander of the armed forces? Unfortunately, has never gotten that kind of attention. And fortunately, it has not gotten that kind of attention because there have not been such consults. There have not been such circumstances. Why would there ever be an issue with the president's supreme commandership? It is if the president orders the armed forces to do something which the Council of Ministers don't want to do. This has never happened in India, so this has never been a question. So as the supreme commander of the armed forces, the president basically issues the final order in case of a conflict of decisions. And two, all decisions that have to be taken in the armed forces are taken in the name of the president, which is true for most other government offices. But why do you specifically mention the armed forces? Because the armed forces don't ordinarily fit into the narrative of the executive. They are not the civil services. So you have to mention it separately. Are we clear? Okay. Third, Article 53 also tells you a very important but an underrated concept. The functions which are to be performed by the government due to a law cannot be transferred to the president. If the government is supposed to do X, Y, and Z, you cannot make a law and transfer those functions to the president. This is your safety valve to ensuring you don't become a presidential democracy. How will you become a presidential democracy? If the president has the powers of the parliament, if the president has actual powers, real powers, you have a provision in the constitution prohibiting any such powers to be transferred. The powers of the parliament cannot be transferred to the president by a law. Cannot be. It cannot be done. The powers of the government cannot be. Even if you want to. This is to ensure you have what is called an acute block before you become a presidential form of government. You also cannot become that anymore simply because parliamentary form of government is what is called basic structure. Okay? The fourth part. The president is blocked. The parliament, on the other hand, can transfer any of the functions that the president was supposed to do to anyone else by law. If the parliament wants, it can transfer any presidential function to anyone else through a law. Very clearly, so very categorically. Do we understand this? Yes? Excellent. These are remarkable textual provisions in Article 53 itself, which we tend to ignore. One, the executive power vests with the Union. Two, the president is the supreme commander, and those functions can be regulated by law. Three, the functions which are performed by the government cannot be transferred to the president even by a law, but the parliament can transfer any of the functions of the president to anyone else. Again, making sure we don't become a presidential democracy. Because a presidential democracy is fundamentally a centralized form of government. And as a former colony, a presidential government is the closest that you can become to democratic colonialism. And we are very averse to the idea of it. Okay? Now, when we are referring to the powers of the president, we are first referring to certain appointment powers. Who all does the president get to appoint? Now, for appointment, you primarily first have to look at the executive, then you have to look at the legislature, and then you have to look at the judicial. As the head of the executive, your primary appointment powers will lie with executive appointments. The first person that the president appoints is the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is the leader of the majority party or the leader of the coalition as officially presented to the president. It's that simple. The Prime Minister of the country is always appointed by the president. And then the president also appoints the Union Council of Ministers, but on the advice of the Prime Minister. Now, the nature of advice given by the Prime Minister to the President can be questioned. But in this case, why would you want to go against the Prime Ministerial advice? Because the Prime Minister is choosing his or her own team. You'd rather have people that you can work with. Good or bad, we can figure that out later. But the larger discussion is, you would want to have them as a part of your own team. Clear? So the Council of Ministers are appointed by the President on advice of the Council of Ministers. All of this is working on the principle of separation of powers and checks and balances. The President is the only person connected to the three branches of state. If you're talking to each other, you're talking through the President. Right? So the President plays a very, very vital role. So the Council of Ministers are getting appointed on advice by the President. The President also appoints the Governor of States and the Lieutenant Governors of Union Territories. The Governors of State and the Lieutenant Governors of Union Territories. very interestingly, specifically as per constitutional provisions, right? The Chief Minister of Delhi is specifically appointed by the President, not the Governor or the Lieutenant Governor. ठीक है? Everywhere else, the Chief Minister equivalent appointed by the Governor or the Lieutenant Governor. But in the case of Delhi, because Delhi is the national capital territory, the Chief Minister of Delhi is actually appointed by the President of India, not the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. After the President is appointed, the Lieutenant Governor will take over as the executive head. But the appointment is made by the President of India. Clear? The President will also appoint the highest legal office in the country, the Attorney General of India. The Attorney General. Because the Attorney General is representing the executive, representing the government of India before the Supreme Court. The person who should be appointing becomes the President. And the Attorney General also has the powers to participate in House proceedings. Cannot vote, but can participate. A simple way to do this is, all constitutional body members, including chairpersons and members, all appointed by the President. All of them. The chairpersons and the members of all constitutional bodies are appointed by the President. Central body hai? Go back to checks and balances. A constitutional body is cut out of the permanent executive, who has to be given special powers so that they can review the work of the executive and the legislature through parliamentary committees. So the appointment has to be done by the President. It's nothing but a function of separation of powers and checks and balances. And lastly, all India service officers and Group A Central Service officers, Central Civil Service or Central Services, all India service, IS, IPS, Forest, all Central Services Group A, Revenue Service, Foreign Service, Information Service, Auditing Service, Civil Account Service, everyone, Group A appointed by the President. ठीक है? So a long list of people that the President appoints. ठीक है? ये एक जगह आ गया. Prelims question यहाँ से बन सकता है. The problem is it is scattered in different parts of the Constitution. This is dealt with differently. We put it together in one column. बात खत्म. इसको एग्जाम के पहले रट के जाएंगे, हो जाएगा. From a legislative point of view, the President only and only appoints the nominated members of the Rajya Sabha. We will do this in legislatures that are nominated on the basis of literature, arts, science, and social service. On the judicial side, the President appoints Supreme Court and High Court judges. Not the tribunals, not any of the lower judges, just Supreme Court and High Court judges. Are we clear on this? Yes. Now, if you are appointing people, then you have the concept of oath, right? Irrelevant for the mains exam, very relevant for the prelims exam. Random questions can come from. Now my first question to you is, why do you have the concept of oath? इससे क्या होगा? इससे क्या होगा? एक बार हिमांशु को टेक्स्ट करना, पूछना कुछ हुआ है? हाँ बोलो। ओथ से क्या होगा? आपको भी ओथ लेना पड़ता है सिविल सर्वेंट्स, तो ओथ नहीं लेंगे तो नहीं होंगे। व्हाट इज द सिग्निफिकेंस ऑफ ओथ? हाँ हाँ वो तो ठीक है। So if there is no oath, what happens? सही बात है। अरे यार कौन याद दिलाता है oath? Symbolism is very important in institutions of hierarchy, right? If you think about the concept of oath, undoubtedly it has a legal significance, but more than a legal significance, it has a moral significance, a symbolic significance. You have absolutely formally agreed and understood to uphold certain values with respect to your job. That's what oath means, nothing else. Legally, if you violate your oath, anything happens? No. Specifically, your grounds for removal are written somewhere else. But an oath is a formal undertaking that from now onwards, the expectations of the public office are bestowed upon you. Now we know that the Chief Justice of India administers the oath to the President, because the President is supposed to be an apolitical office. Both of these have some form of political alliance. This is the only person who is not. So the CGI administers the oath to the President. The question is, who does the President administer the oath to? Vice President, whoever gets elected as the Vice President. 2, all your central ministers. Yes. 3, the MPs. Now, technically, the President or someone on behalf of the President can administer this oath to the President. Are we okay with this? Supreme Court judges and the Comptroller and the Auditor General. Not the High Court judges, because it would be logistically very difficult. That is why the Governor administers the oath. Because the CAG is the strongest constitutional body to undertake checks and balances, and the only constitutional body whose oath is mentioned in a schedule in the Constitution. The only. Because they are the ones who are actually reviewing the work of the government, of the executive. Samajh mein aaya? So that is why the CAG's oath is to be directly administered by the President. All of this, if you know rule number 3 and 4, you will never go wrong. The Vice President's oath, the Vice President is going to be the chairperson of the Rajya Sabha. This is political. This person is at the same level. Lok Sabha Speaker can't do it. Who's left? President. Ministers are members of the head executive. President. All MPs, who's the head? President. Because the President is a part of the Parliament, not a member of the Parliament. Are we okay with this? Do we understand this? बस एक पेज में पूरा का पूरा अपॉइंटमेंट्स एक जगह. primarily this is your executive power, the primary power of appointments. ठीक है. Now we come to some form of legislative powers. Now actually the only legislative power that the president has is that of an ordinance. But the president participates in legislative business in a certain manner. Now, how does the president participate in legislative business? I will discuss this with you. There are 4 parts to this. First, prior recommendation. There are certain bills that can only be introduced with the prior recommendation of the president. 2, the president enjoys some form of veto powers. 3, the president has some powers with respect to House procedures. And 4th, the only legislative power which is ordinances. बस इतना ही है एग्जाम के लिए. ठीक है. So what are the things that you require the president's consent from before you introduce them in the parliament? First, we have done this before. Article 3, internal changes. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes. Internal changes. 2, a money bill under Article 110. A money bill. इसमें इन सब में आंसर वही है, रूल नंबर 2, center stronger than the states. The states have a negligible role to play. The states have helped in electing the president. So presidential recommendation in national interest, not just in central interest. Yes or no? है ना? Yes. Rule number 2. 3, a specific type of financial bills. So you've got 2 kinds of financial bills. You call them financial bill 1/A and financial bill 2/B. In both of these cases, you require presidential recommendation. It is under Article 170. Under Article 170. ठीक है? Now, commonly missed. Article 274, the number is not important. But what is any bill which is affecting, any bill regarding taxes which is affecting states or agricultural income. Any bill which is affecting, any taxation bill affecting states or the agricultural income. Agriculture is a state subject, so agricultural income of the states. Both. It's a special overriding provision. 274. ठीक है? Now, under 304, so this is agricultural income or taxes affecting states. Apart from this, any bill, any state bill, any local government bill, any state legislature bill, which is imposing any form of reasonable restriction on freedom of trade and commerce, 304. Interstate trade and commerce. So any bill imposing trade and commerce restrictions, reasonable restrictions on freedom of trade and commerce by the states, you require presidential consent, presidential recommendation. Are we okay with this? Yes? No? Yes or no? See. Now, there is an overriding provision to all of this. The overriding provision, if you've read your constitution properly, both of you, I'm talking to you, is Article 255. Article 255 very clearly says, if prior recommendation was not taken, yet the bill was passed, and yet the President gave assent to the bill, then the bill cannot be invalidated. समझ में आया? 255. If prior consent has not been taken, yet the bill has been passed, yet the President has given positive assent to the bill, then you cannot invalidate the bill कि President से पहले नहीं पूछा, बाद में तो पूछा ना, वो हलो बोला ना, यस बोला ना, तो बात खत्म. इधर से कान पकड़ू या इधर से पकड़ा ना, stay. This is Article 255. वो अलग बात है. ठीक है? Yes. So you have a total of 6 types of bills in the Constitution which require prior recommendation. Internal changes under Article 3, money bill under Article 110, both financial bills under Article 217, under 274 any bill affecting agricultural income or any bill affecting state taxes, and any state bill under 304 affecting reasonable restrictions to freedom of trade and commerce. इन सब में फेडरलिज्म है. जहां फेडरलिज्म है वहां प्रायर रिकमेंडेशन है. रूल नंबर 2. अंडरस्टूड दिस? यस. पक्का? ठीक. And therefore the overriding provision is, even if there is no prior consent, कोई बात नहीं, चलेगा. You can effectively still give post passage consent and you're done. We will not invalidate it. ठीक. Now we come to veto powers. अब problem ये है, what is the relationship between money bill and federalism? Will anyone try to explain? मनी बिल में क्या होता है? इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज इन टैक्स, इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज इन कंसोलिडेटेड फंड, इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज इन कंटिजेंसी फंड, इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज इन पार्लियामेंट्री बॉरोइंग. यही है ना? पक्का? ठीक. ये पैसा ऑल इंडिया लग रहा है. Consolidated fund of India's paisa will be given to a ministry. The ministry is going to spend it on a scheme which is going to be all India. Does India include states? Yes or no? Yes. And the fact that in a money bill, the Lok Sabha has overriding powers than the Rajya Sabha means the center is stronger than the states. To balance this, you have a presidential recommendation before it is introduced. है ना? Yes? Good. ठीक है? Okay? Very good. You have to remember federalism. Federalism is directly proportional to recommendations of the president. Excellent. Now we come to veto powers, and this is very important. Contrary to popular belief, there is nothing called absolute veto, qualified veto, pocket veto. ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता. The Constitution simply says yes, no, return, and there is no time limit to do anything. बस और कुछ नहीं. Never in the prelims will you see the words absolute, pocket, suspensive, qualified, nothing. What you have is yes, no, return for reconsideration, and then no time limit to decide any of these things. बस ठीक है. Okay. Now let's understand. The story starts with Article 111. ठीक है. It gives you the overarching powers of the president for these things. ये आर्टिकल नंबर याद रखने की जरूरत है बिल्कुल भी नहीं. ठीक है, पक्का. Now, what does it say? It can give assent. वो नो भी नहीं बोलते, इतने प्यारे लोग हैं. बोलते हैं withhold assent, या बोलते हैं return. What do these three terms give you? Assent or withhold assent means if you have withheld assent, that means you have either kept it or you have returned it. Why? Because the president was never supposed to be the final authority for anything. The president was not supposed to have that last mile powers, which is why they don't use the words constitutionally pertaining to veto, right? It signifies that you've given more powers to the president than anybody else. ठीक है. As far as ordinary bills are concerned or financial bills are concerned, ठीक है. हाँ तो आप सब में ही बोल सकते हो. You can say yes, you can say no, and you can return. Ordinary bills or financial bills. You can say yes, you can say no, you can return. The issue is with money bills. You can say yes, you can say no, but you cannot return. You cannot return. You cannot return for two reasons. One, it is counterproductive. You anyways, the parliament, the Lok Sabha has an overriding factor. So even if you're returning it, it means that the Lok Sabha is going to pass it in the exact same manner and give it back to you. So it's a counterproductive exercise. The second reason you cannot return is because you had given a prior recommendation for it, right? So then, why can you reject? You can reject because when you wanted the money bill to pass, the conditions at that time necessitated for this to happen. It was needed to increase or decrease tax. It was needed to add or subtract. Maybe the parliament took 2 months. Maybe you don't need it anymore. The ministers are going to tell you anyways, ab chhod do, ab zarurat nahi hai, ho gaya manage. Is that simple? That is why you have to keep the option of saying no. ठीक है? Fourth, as far as constitutional amendment bills are concerned, you have no other option but to say yes. Again, time limit is not mentioned. This was not an original part of the Constitution. This was added later through the 24th Constitutional Amendment of 1961, wherein you had made a specific amendment to Article 368. It has been upheld. What is the reason behind it? Why can't the president say no or return a constitutional amendment bill? The second you give the powers to the president to take any negative action on a constitutional amendment bill, you have effectively taken powers away from the parliament. 368 says the parliament has the powers to amend the constitution. If the president can reject a constitutional amendment bill, then the parliament does not have powers to amend the constitution. The final say could still lie with the president or could lie with the council of ministers. Either ways, it will take away the essence of 368, which is why the president can only say yes. And because we are on this topic, just remember this: except for a money bill, except for not even a money bill, except for the budget, every other bill of any kind can be introduced by anyone. A government MP, a private MP, a minister, non-minister can introduce ordinary bill, financial bill, money bill, amendment bill, कुछ भी कर सकते. It is only the government that can introduce the budget. Everything else can be done by everyone. It is an error in most textbooks, so just remember this. Are we clear with this? Yes? Pakka? ठीक. So, veto powers. बस. नो मतलब खत्म वहीं पे. मैंने मना कर दिया, बिल खत्म. बस खत्म. कुछ नहीं कर सकते आप. Return means go back, pass it again and bring it back. When you pass it again, I have to say yes. Again, no time limit applied. Are we clear on this? ठीक है? All right. चलिए. Next is house procedures. Basic house procedures. We'll of course do this in a lot of detail, but अब खुद से ध्यान देना. For example, first under Article 58, we will talk about something called dissolution. ठीक है? We'll do this in detail, but dissolution is ending the tenure of the Lok Sabha. You cannot dissolve the Rajya Sabha. And dissolution can ordinarily and constitutionally only happen after 5 years. That's the only way you can constitutionally, as per the constitution, dissolve the Lok Sabha. उसके पहले जो कुछ भी होता है, it is unnatural. Vote of confidence हो गया, सरकार गिर गई, etc. etc. But constitutional natural dissolution is only 5 years. Now why? Why the president? If you're dissolving the Lok Sabha, who else? The Prime Minister is directly interested. The Speaker could be a member of the political party in majority. The Vice President is already heading the other house. The Chief Justice cannot because of separation of powers. कौन बचा? President. The only apolitical office. Tenure is 5 years. Dissolution of Lok Sabha. Right? Then you have something called prorogation. Basically concept ये है, you have tenure, then you have session, then you have sitting, and then you have agenda. So the tenure is 5 years divided on a yearly basis. Each year generally has 3 sittings. The constitution says maximum gap can be 6 months. आपको जो करना है आप करो. आप 4 करो, 4 करो, 10 करना है 10 करो. हम 3 करते हैं. ठीक है? And on a specific date, today is the 29th of January. So the sitting on 29th of January. And the agenda, for example, is passing the new IPC. So the 17th Lok Sabha, in there, let us say you'll have a budget session right now. A budget session on the sitting of 29th January decided to pass the new IPC as its agenda. ये होता है. Tenure खत्म करो, इसको बोलते हैं dissolution. Session खत्म करो, इसको बोलते हैं prorogation. Sitting खत्म करो, इसको बोलते हैं adjournment. ठीक है? Adjournment. Agenda खत्म करो, इसको बोलते हैं adjournment motion. ये फर्क. ठीक है? now applies separation of powers and checks and balances. Why would you want the president to have powers of dissolution and prorogation? Because इनको नहीं दोगे तो परमानेंट लोकसभा बन जाएगी, या ये जल्दी निपटा देंगे अगर कुछ हीटेड बिल है तो ऑर्डिनेंस लाने के लिए, or they will extend it if they need more legislative business to be passed, right? ये एक indirect तरीका है, because the president here is still working on the advice of Council of Ministers. The Minister of Parliament, the Ministry of Parliamentary Affairs communicates the legislative calendar to the secretariats of the houses. Okay, we'll do this in detail for sure. The president, because of separation of powers. लेकिन ये सिटिंग तो उस हाउस की है ना, उस दिन की है. On that day, in that house, who's the boss? Presiding officer. वो डिसाइड करे कि हाउस उस दिन के लिए बंद करना है या नहीं, वो टॉपिक बंद करना है या नहीं, वो तो हाउस की जनता डिसाइड करेगी ना. So adjournment motion. This is only with the Lok Sabha. We'll discuss why, because of rule number 2, center stronger than the states. Because if you're stopping the house to discuss something midway, that means आप सरकार से सवाल उठा रहे हैं, क्योंकि agenda सरकार का बनाया हुआ है. If the Rajya Sabha has the powers, then an instrument of the state has the powers to question a central agenda. Goes against the principles of center stronger than the states. ठीक है? So the president has the powers of dissolution and prorogation. Again under Article 85. Sorry, this is also 85, not 58. ठीक है? Clear on this? Third, there is something called a parliamentary address. ठीक है? Motion of thanks नहीं, parliamentary address. President जब चाहे, जब मन करे, can call for a single session or a joint session. ये आज तक कभी यूज नहीं हुआ है. This is called a special address, or it's called a parliamentary address under Article 86. It is different from the motion of thanks under Article 87. 86 और 87 में फर्क है. 86 can be invoked any given point of time. जब मन करे, जब बुला लो, बिठाओ सबको. 87 is only at a specific time, which is at the commencement of the first session of each general election and the commencement of each year. तो बजट सेशन की पहली सिटिंग और हर जनरल इलेक्शन की पहली सिटिंग. तो इस साल there are going to be 2 motions of thanks. First, the first sitting of the budget session, and 2, after the general elections, the first time the new Lok Sabha comes in. Are we okay with this? This is procedural. This is constitutional. ठीक है? यही है. You have motion of thanks and you have a parliamentary address. A parliamentary address is any time. A parliamentary address, this one 86 or 87? 86 could be, let's say, if there is a national emergency of any kind. Let's say there is a dire economic situation of any kind. Let's say we are under nuclear threat of any kind. Let us say we are under some crucial measures have to be taken. Could be. Or it could be a general session also. It's up to you. It's entirely up to you. Everything. See, and I'll give you I'll leak the trailer for you. I'll give you a spoiler. the answer to what happens if a council of ministers' advice is not binding on the president is not a legal answer, it's a political answer. There's legally nothing you can do. Simply because I'll give you a thoda sa spoiler de deta hu. The advice given by the council of ministers to the president cannot be judicially reviewable. So if the president is not listening to the advice, where will you go? Because you cannot question the nature of the advice. So the answer actually is not legal, the answer is political. We'll discuss this in detail. Okay? Possible. But again, we don't get into political ramifications. Okay? It's a valid argument. Okay? Alright. Apart from this, there is again nothing called the budget. What you have is an annual financial statement. Annual financial statements are released on the orders of the president, laid before the houses. The president causes for the budget to be presented before the houses. Okay? And next, if the president wants, the president can, and it's a constitutional mandate, to lay the reports of constitutional bodies before the parliament. Separation of powers and checks and balance. ये खुद से तो नहीं ला सकते, औकात है नहीं. You have to get it done through the president. So CAG, UPSC, Finance Commission, National Commission for Scheduled Caste, Scheduled Tribe and Backward Classes. All of their reports are laid before the house by the president on orders of the president. Are we okay with this? Yes or no? Pakka? ठीक है. Excellent. Now, ordinances, the legislative power. Basic for the pre, mains का बहुत deeper analysis करेंगे because ordinances is actually a problem of separation of power. तुम पार्लियामेंट ना होते हुए भी कानून कैसे बनाया, right? So ordinances and parliamentary democracy, ordinances and judicial review, ordinances and as repromulgation, right? Okay. So let us start with ordinances and lawmaking. Let's understand this. First things first, under Article 123, the president has these powers. Numbers change kar do, 213, governor has these powers. ठीक. Ordinances are drafted by the Council of Ministers on items in the union list and the concurrent list. An ordinance power is coextensive with the powers of the parliament, but ordinary powers of the parliament, not constitutional powers. Not, remember, constituent powers and ordinary powers? Ordinance making powers are ordinary powers of the parliament, they are not constituent powers of the parliament. This means union list and concurrent list are ordinary powers under Schedule 7. Constitutional amendment bills cannot be an ordinance because it would undermine 368. Who has the power to make constitutional amendments? The parliament. The parliament itself is not in session, तो बनाया कैसे? इतनी क्या इमरजेंसी कि कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में अमेंडमेंट की जरूरत पड़ गई भाई? Yes or no? Yes. Simple enough. And then, apart from this, it can only happen if either the Lok Sabha or the Rajya Sabha or both are not in session. दोनों में से एक भी नहीं है तो कर सकते हो, because again your books are wrong on this. No matter what the law is, it has to be passed by both the houses. There cannot be any law by the parliament which can only be passed by the Lok Sabha and carried on. Even the budget has two laws, Appropriation Act and Finance Act. Both of them are effectively money bills, but both of them have to be passed by the Rajya Sabha. Symbolic है, but होना है. नहीं तो bicameralism का फायदा क्या हुआ? So even the appropriation bill, money bill में तो you give the Rajya Sabha 14 days. A budget is nothing but an aggravated money bill. Yes. Money bill में तो हम 14 दिन का वो अमेंडमेंट का भी टाइम नहीं देते हैं कि तुमको कुछ चेंज करना हो. राज्य सभा कैन नॉट मेक एनी चेंजेस टू द बजट. डिस्कस कर लो डिस्कस, पास करके भेज दे, बट पास करना जरूरी है. सो इन योर प्रीलिम्स the appropriation act has to be passed by both houses is correct because of rule number 1, democratic mandate. If both houses don't pass it, it will not work. Which is why if even one of the houses is not there, you can't make any law. That means you can have an ordinance. Generally your house calendars are synced. This is how it will ordinarily work. Are we okay with this? Yes. Now, the president, yes, can say no and can return the ordinance proposal. Yes. उस पे बैठ सकता है, उसको रिटर्न कर सकता है, उसको बोल सकता है नहीं मेरे को नहीं कर. And the presidents have rejected ordinances in the past. There are several instances when the presidents have rejected ordinances. ठीक है? Presidents have had great veto. ये पेप्सू appropriation bill जो था, that was effectively a budget. Pepsu is the Pepsu states. Yes, पटियाला, पंजाब, हरियाणा. उस तक का बिल रोक दिया था प्रेसिडेंट ने भाई. ठीक है. So, can the president return or reject an ordinance? Yes, absolutely. Because an ordinance is going to have the same effect as that of a law. Can an ordinance, can the president say yes, no, or return to an ordinary bill? Yes. Now, can an ordinance be a money bill? Yes. So, if an ordinance is a money bill, then can the president return the ordinance? No. Reject it. The same effect as that of the law. Whatever is the nature of the law. Are we okay with this? Yes. Correct. So the speaker does, the house does not have to be in session for the speaker to certify it. Yes. And that is why there is a challenge. You will very rarely see ordinances in the form of money bills. And you would never need ordinances for money bills for a very simple reason. The Lok Sabha anyways has an overriding stand. Ordinances are generally used to bypass the parliament for difficult bills. Remember, we used ordinances for agricultural bills first, and that was considered a major pushback for exactly this reason that they were considered a major pushback. I'm coming to that. Okay? Are we okay with this so far? Now, 6 months is a very crucial time. Emergencies is 6 months. the maximum gap between two sessions of the house is 6 months. So let us say the maximum gap is 6 months. The next time a session happens is 6 months. From the first date of the next session, you have 6 weeks to pass that ordinance like a law. If you don't, it automatically lapses. Rule number 1, democratic mandate. The people who have the real authority to make a law is the legislature. They don't want it, they don't want it. They don't have to actively not want it. Even if they think it's not worth their time, they don't even want to discuss it. It can automatically lapse. Are we clear on this? Yes. Now, ordinances are like laws. Can laws be judicially reviewed? Yes. So ordinances can be judicially reviewed. And lastly, can you make laws over and over again if they expire? Yes. So can you repromulgate ordinances? Yes. But there are some Supreme Court conditions that are now applicable. That's for the mains part. But this much is enough. Simple, clear-cut points for the prelims. Article 123, generally drafted by the Council of Ministers, on union list and concurrent list, not as constitutional amendments, either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha or both, not in session. You can say no to an ordinance, you can return it, you can reject it, anything that an ordinary bill can do. You have a maximum of 6 months plus 6 weeks from the first date of the new session. Ordinances are to be judicially reviewed. In fact, the triple talaq ordinance was actually judicially reviewed. The Supreme Court dismissed the petition, the criminalization of triple talaq. And can they be repromulgated? Yes. इसका जो मेंस एनालिसिस है ये सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर्स में होता है, बिकॉज इट्स अल्टीमेटली अ प्रॉब्लम ऑफ सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर. दैट इज वाई सिलेबस में सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर्स अलग से. If you read the mains question on ordinances, they are on separation of powers. For the mains, there are 3-4 issues with ordinances. Ordinances and parliamentary democracy. Ordinances and repromulgation. Ordinances and judicial review. And ordinances and parliamentary efficiency. 4. These are these 4 basic issues with ordinances. अगर मेंस में आएगा तो ये 4 में ही आएगा. डेटा सेट में सुंदर सा बना के दूंगा that irrespective of the format of government, the average number of ordinances has not changed. अगर majoritarian government है तो ordinance कम होना चाहिए ना, ऐसा तो हुआ नहीं. और coalition government है तो ordinances ज्यादा होना चाहिए because political instability. The basic ground is that there is something urgent. Now, can you question that it is urgent? No, because the nature of advice cannot be gotten into. आप ऑर्डिनेंस को इस पे जुडिशली रिव्यू नहीं कर सकते कि वो अर्जेंट था या नहीं. सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर्स, बिकॉज द नेचर ऑफ एडवाइस इज काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स ने प्रेसिडेंट को बोला अर्जेंट है, भाई ने बोला है तो है. यस और नो? भाई ने बोला है तो है, बस. कोर्ट्स कैनॉट बी लाइक भाई मेरे को भी समझाना भाई. Are we clear? 2 very important principles now, because of we are getting into politics. The nature of advice by the Council of Ministers to the President cannot be looked into. 2. Legislative intent cannot be looked into. कि क्या मन में था इसलिए कानून बनाया. तेरे मन में जो है मैं क्या करूं? And how will you determine legislative intent? My intent is what is on paper. Are we clear on this? Yes? पक्का? आपके मेजर पावर्स एक पेज में. हाँ, Farms Law first came as an ordinance, then the Parliament passed it with 10 minutes of discussion. Farm laws, there were 3 farm laws. First बवाल with farm laws, ordinance क्यों बनाया, वो भी कोविड में. खेती कौन कर रहा है कोविड में, पहले ये बताओ. और कौन सी एग्रीकल्चरल मार्केट कमेटी खेत में जा रही है ऑर्डिनेंस कोविड में. दैट वाज द फर्स्ट प्रॉब्लम. द सेकेंड प्रॉब्लम वाज, more importantly, ordinance finished, they passed it in the parliament with 10 minutes of discussion. देश में बवाल हो गया, दिल्ली चौक कर दी, मैं पहाड़ में नहीं जा पाया, गाजियाबाद जंक्शन पे मैंने रातें काटी हैं, और तुमसे पास डिस्कस नहीं हो रहा है. Yes or no? The problem is not with farm laws. The problem is how they were passed. There's nothing scientifically, legally, technically wrong. Those are good laws. They're giving farmers the choice. The ultimate aim is to increase their income, to make them sustainable. There's nothing wrong with the idea of it. Which is why it's not what you do, it's how you do it. या आपकी संस्था में भी अप्लाई होता है. It's not about what they do, it's about how they do it. और कभी कभी एक पागल आ जाता है, कहता अब तो तू कर. समझा? आर वी क्लियर ऑन दिस? यस. तुम अपना पैसा रख लो, हाँ अपना ईमान रख लेते. आगे चले? पक्का? आर वी क्लियर ऑन दिस? इसके बाहर बेसिक पावर से तो नहीं आएगा प्री में. 1 घंटा लगा, हो गया. यहां हाथ टाइट रखना है, यहां हाथ फैलाना नहीं. आर वी क्लियर ऑन दिस? फैलाने वाले थीम 3 के दिन चले गए, यहां क्लोज करना है. एक तो हर साल क्वेश्चन नहीं आता, और जब तक कुछ हो नहीं तो क्वेश्चन नहीं आता, तो सर फोड़ के क्या करूं? डू वी अंडरस्टैंड? You have to be very careful with things like this. Do only what is absolutely necessary. ठीक है? चलो आगे बढ़ते हैं. Done? ठीक. We finished some legislative business powers. We are done with some executive powers. अब थोड़ा सा judicial देख लेते हैं. ठीक है? Now with President's judicial powers, the first that we have to discuss is a presidential reference. Presidential reference. ठीक है? बहुत ध्यान से ध्यान देना. ठीक है? First things first, a presidential reference is also called advisory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. Advisory jurisdiction of the Supreme Court. ठीक है? अब it is a combination of 3 articles, but the most important article is 143. It's a combination of 131, 143 and 363. 3 articles work together, but the primary article is article 143. क्या है? 143. ठीक. Now again, separation of powers, checks and balances. The idea is the president can basically ask for an opinion of the Supreme Court. This opinion can be on for 2 things. One, on something which is dated pre-constitution. The constitution 1950 के पहले हम नेपाल को बोले थे बिहार दे देंगे, तो 2024 में नेपाल बोल रहा है बिहार दे. क्लियर? समझ में आया? सिंपल. एंड द सेकेंड इज any matter of public importance. Any matter of public importance. Okay. Now, so very interesting logic to why. If it's a pre-constitutional treaty or a pre-constitutional something that happened before 1950, the Supreme Court necessarily has to give an opinion. उसको अपना formal judicial opinion देना पड़ेगा, ठीक है? But if it is for any other matter, the Supreme Court can say मेरे को नहीं बताना, कट, मेरे को नहीं खेलना है, मेरे को नहीं आता, इधर आना पड़ेगा. Because between the L, E and J, the only thing that goes before 1950 is J. You had the Privy Council, remember? The Privy Council was England's highest court for all of England's colonies. All 187 colonies of England, their final court of appeal was the Privy Council. In India, we had your three mayors' courts, Bombay, Madras and Calcutta. Appeals from Bombay, Madras and Calcutta High Courts would go to the Privy Council. It was a long demand of the Indian nationalists that हमको अपना Supreme Court चाहिए. So if you remember Government of India Act 1935, we had the Federal Court of India. In 1800s, we used to have a Supreme Court also, but that got abolished because of the Indian Councils Act of 1861. But the Federal Court of India, because we finally had some form of federalism in 1935, you had full responsible government at the states. They had proposed diarchy at the center, which was rejected. The All India Federation concept that we had studied. So the Federal Court of India of the Government of India Act of 1935 makes the Supreme Court the oldest institution amongst the three. Yes, right. So therefore, they have the right to compulsorily give an opinion. They have to, because they predate everything else. President on the Council of Ministers. Okay? The President is asking the opinion. This is of course on the basis of the advice given by Council of Ministers. वो मंत्री President पूछेगा, पूछ के आना, please. ठीक है? Now, why does the Supreme Court have the option to say yes or no? Because this can be an opportunity to put major policy decisions on the judiciary. ये homosexuality बताना, ये transgender बताना, तू बता. So then the Supreme Court बोलेगा नहीं नहीं अभी नहीं करना चाहिए, time is not right. तो पार्लियामेंट बोलेगा अच्छा अच्छा देखो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला अब हम क्या ही कर सकते हैं. कल को हम लॉ बनाएंगे, कोई लॉ चैलेंज करेगा कोर्ट का, तो आपको जवाब पता ही है. दिस इज एग्जैक्टली व्हाई, फॉर टू रीजंस. एक, द अब्यूज ऑफ इट, दूसरा सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर्स. द सुप्रीम कोर्ट कैन नॉट गेट इनटू पॉलिसी डिसीजंस अनलेस इट्स एब्सोल्युटली necessary. Now, the question is, what is the status of this opinion? ये पढ़ा था ना, in reference Berubari, in reference the Ramlila Maidan incident case of 2012, I think, है ना? क्या था ये सब? ये judgment है? Are these opinions like formal judgments? Yes, no? The Supreme Court has given a formal opinion to the President. Proper bench बैठती है. हाँ, Berubari Union was an 8-judge bench. The opinion rendered by the Supreme Court on this is a judgment. हैज द सेम एप्लीकेबिलिटी एज एनी अदर जजमेंट, तभी तो कोर्ट करते हैं। तो जब बेरूबरी यूनियन में सुप्रीम कोर्ट बोला प्रियम्बल इज नॉट अ पार्ट ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन, सो नॉट अ पार्ट। नाउ डू यू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाई बेरूबरी यूनियन वाज अ रेफरेंस? Because it was based on a pre-constitution treaty of Berubari to be given to Bangladesh. Understood? Yes? So this is the story. ठीक है? Advisory opinions of the Supreme Court under 143 are substantive opinions of the Supreme Court. They cannot be, under any circumstances, be diluted in any form. Are we okay with this? Yes? ठीक है? पक्का? 100%? Sure? ठीक. Apart from this, the second judicial power that the Supreme Court has, that the President has, is that officially the removal orders of Supreme Court and High Court judges is signed by the President. Remove Parliament करता है, but removal orders are signed by the President. Why? Rule number 4, checks and balances. अगर अपॉइंट प्रेसिडेंट करा है तो रिमूव भी प्रेसिडेंट करेगा. It is only true for administrative reasons. Think about it. Are we okay with this? Yes? Sure? ठीक. अब आगे बढ़ते हैं. You fine with these powers? ठीक है. Now comes the slightly tough part. थोड़ा सा ये प्रीलिम्स के लिए बहुत कम रेलेवेंट है, मेंस में थोड़ा सवाल आ रखा है. द पार्डनिंग पावर्स, इसमें कंफ्यूजन नहीं रखना है, बहुत सिंपल करना है. ठीक है. सो पावर नंबर 1 प्रेसिडेंशियल रेफरेंस, पावर नंबर 2 साइनिंग रिमूवल ऑर्डर्स ऑफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट एंड हाई कोर्ट जजेस. साइन निकालता नहीं है, पार्लियामेंट ने पास कर दिया, निकाल दिया, अब प्रेसिडेंट साइन करेगा. ओके बाय. ठीक है. नाउ we look at the pardoning powers of the president. The pardoning powers of the president. बहुत ध्यान से देखना. there are 5. You have pardon, remit, REMIT, respite, reprieve, REPRIVE, and commute. ये 5 बेसिक पावर्स हैं. ठीक है. पार्डन, रिस्पाइट, रिप्रीव, रेमिट एंड कम्यूट. ठीक. पार्डन एक एक लाइन में इंपॉर्टेंट है, मतलब इसके ऊपर एग्जाम में कभी नहीं आता. The analysis of the president's power for pardoning death sentences was asked in the mains when there was a delay. मैं आता हूं उसमें. Pardon in one simple line means the person who has been convicted, their entire punishment, it could be imprisonment, it could be death penalty, completely withdrawn. Completely withdrawn. घर जाओ, sorry, bye bye. Pardon. Pardon means go home. Complete withdrawal of any punishment of any nature. So can you pardon death penalty? Yes. Can you pardon life imprisonment? Yes. That is meant by pardon. Then you have remit. Remit is you are decreasing the time of the sentence. मैंने आपको बताया था different types of punishments, simple punishment, rigorous punishment, solitary confinement, life imprisonment. याद है? So you will have 7 years simple imprisonment, 7 years rigorous imprisonment. Rigorous imprisonment में पत्थर तोड़वाते basically. ठीक है? मूवी देखी है ना, वो उसी को rigorous imprisonment कहते हैं. तो रेमिट का मतलब होता है इंस्टेड ऑफ 7 years rigorous imprisonment, 3 years rigorous imprisonment. बस टाइम कम कर रहे हो, कैरेक्टर. ये समझ में आया? दिस इज कॉल्ड रेमिट. रिड्यूसिंग द टाइम, नॉट द कैरेक्टर. सो पार्डन इज कंप्लीट विड्रॉल. रेमिट इज reducing time, not character. ठीक है? Then you have respite. Respite is because of some special ability, some special physical circumstances, some special physical disability, could be anything. You are reducing the original sentence. तो यहां पे टाइम भी कम हो सकता है और कैरेक्टर. But there have to be some special circumstances, like for example pregnancy. You can reduce the time. जवान देखी थी, जवान, हाँ, उसमें कर सकते थे रिस्पाइट, पता नहीं क्यों नहीं किया. रोहित शेट्टी. अगर वो रिस्पाइट कर देते तो पिक्चर कैसे बनता? यस और नो? ठीक. रेप्रीव. रेप्रीव इज आपकी जो करंट पनिशमेंट है उसको आप टेम्पररीली होल्ड पे डाल रहे हो. दिस कुड मोस्ट लाइकली इंक्लूड अ डेथ पेनल्टी. ये कल आपको लटकाना था, तो रोक दिया ताकि आप पार्डन के लिए अप्लाई कर सको. ठीक है? सो रेप्रीव इज सिंपली temporarily postponing the execution of a punishment so that you have the time to apply for a pardon. parole तो अलग है, parole पे आता हूं मैं. parole and furlough are two very different things. तो jail time है ना. Are we okay with this? ठीक. Now commute. Commute is the most commonly used form. सबसे ज्यादा आपको कॉम्यूट या रेमिशन, रेमिट या कॉम्यूट दोनों में दिखेगा. ठीक है? नाउ इन कॉम्यूट you are replacing one type of punishment with another type. डेथ पेनल्टी को काट के लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट, इसको कॉम्यूटेशन कहते हैं. ठीक है? यू आर रिप्लेसिंग वन फॉर्म ऑफ पनिशमेंट फॉर अ लेस सिवियर वन. तो ये टाइम भी कम हो सकता है और यहां कैरेक्टर भी कम हो सकता है. आर वी ओके विद दिस? इट इज लाइक रिस्पाइट ओनली बट विदाउट स्पेशल सर्कमस्टांसेस. रिस्पाइट और कॉम्यूट सेम है, बस फर्क ये है रिस्पाइट में देयर आर सम स्पेशल सर्कमस्टांसेस. ठीक है? Generally what happens in commutation is more than the time the character is changed. आपके पास क्या choices है? या तो imprisonment है, या तो death penalty है, या fine है. ठीक है? फाइन बढ़ा घटा सकते हो. imprisonment में आपके पास life imprisonment है. दो तरह की होती है, 14 और end of life. एंड ऑफ लाइफ स्पेशल केसेस में मिलती है, जैसे सिविल सर्वेंट को ऑन ड्यूटी उड़ा दिया तो. यस, आनंद मोहन बिहार का केस यही है. ठीक है? और यू हैव रिगरस इम्प्रिजनमेंट और सिंपल इम्प्रिजनमेंट. जनरली 3 साल, 5 साल, 7 साल, इस तरह के ऑड नंबर्स पे चलती है. सो एनी फ्लक्चुएशन इन दिस. डेथ पेनल्टी में कोई ऑल्टरेशन नहीं है.
क्योंकि एंड प्रोडक्ट सिंपल ही है, लटका के मारे घोप के मारे मार ही रहे। आया समझ में? पक्का? सो कॉम्यूटेशन इज लाइटर, एनी फॉर्म ऑफ लाइटर, यहां से यहां तक, एंड ऑफ लाइफ से सिंपल इम्प्रिजनमेंट तक जो चाहो कर लो। योर पनिशमेंट स्पेक्ट्रम इज, व्हाट इज द टफेस्ट पनिशमेंट दैट यू गेट? डेथ पेनल्टी। व्हाट इज द सिंपलेस्ट पनिशमेंट दैट यू कैन गेट? अ सिंपल फाइन। इससे पहले सिंपल इम्प्रिजनमेंट, इससे पहले रिगरस इम्प्रिजनमेंट, इससे पहले लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट 14 इयर्स, इधर लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट एंड ऑफ लाइफ। कुछ भी कर लो, यहां पे कॉम्यूटेशन है बेसिक, ठीक है? कुछ भी कर लो कॉम्यूटेशन। आर वी ओके विद दिस? यस, गिव मी 2 minutes, I'll answer your question. 2 minutes, ठीक है? अब दिस इज ए परमानेंट डिसीजन, ये हो गया तो रिवर्स नहीं होता। All of these decisions are taken by the president, but the president is not the only one who can lighten your punishment. Governor can also in some cases. अब धीरे धीरे गवर्नर को भी इन स्पेशल केसेस डेथ पेनल्टी का पावर दे दिया है, बट कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में नहीं है। In the constitution, a death penalty can only be pardoned by the president. Now there are some Supreme Court judgments which in rare cases give the governor also some powers of death penalty. वो प्री के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, ना मीन्स के लिए। 2017-18 में हुआ था, ठीक है? Now you must understand, at the end of it all, you are trying to lighten some form of punishment. प्रेसिडेंट कर सकता है, गवर्नर कर सकता है, कर सकता है कि नहीं कर सकता? अरे स्टेट भी तो अपने लेवल पे कर सकती है, किसने मना किया है? ये भी तो कर सकते हैं। आउटकम क्या है? lightening of the punishment. So state has something called parole. 10 साल की सजा थी, 8 साल के बाद बोला यू आर जुड बॉय इन स्कूल। जुड बॉय मतलब सोना बच्चा। जेल में यू गॉट बेस्ट स्टूडेंट अवार्ड, ठीक है? तो 10 साल से 8 साल, और हर हफ्ते शक्ल दिखाते रहे। इतने भी अच्छे नहीं होंगे कि भेज ही दें। दैट इज कॉल्ड परोल। परोल आपका राइट नहीं है, आप अप्लाई कर सकते हो। परोल इज इंटरनली ग्रांटेड बाय द स्टेट, इंटरनली ग्रांटेड, ये सब इंटरनली ग्रांटेड है। देन यू हैव समथिंग कॉल्ड फरलो, कि इमरजेंसी आ गया है, अर्जेंट है, घर जाना है। संजय दत्त, उनका फादर एक्सपायर हो गए थे, वाइफ का तबीयत खराब था, थर्ड वाइफ सेकंड वाइफ तो करंट वाइफ है, तबीयत खराब था तो उनको अर्जेंटली जाना था, तो वो अर्जेंटली गए, फरलो। तो परोल और फरलो ये होता है, ठीक है? आर वी क्लियर ऑन दिस? पक्का? स्टेट गवर्नमेंट अपने हिसाब से, अब सी नाउ द लॉ इज, जो आपके रेमिशन रूल्स हैं, जो कम्यूटेशन रूल्स हैं, वो स्टेट्स बना सकती है, बिकॉज लॉ एंड ऑर्डर इज अ स्टेट सब्जेक्ट, अगर सेंट्रल लॉ नहीं है। दिस इज वाई लास्ट ईयर द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ होम अफेयर्स रिलीज्ड अ मॉडल कोड ऑफ कॉन्डक्ट फॉर प्रिजन्स, ठीक है? आनंद मोहन के केस में यही हुआ था, जो हम लोग 6 महीने से लड़ रहे हैं, यही हुआ था। द बिहार स्टेट गवर्नमेंट चेंज देयर लॉज इन अ वे कि ये जो सिविल सर्वेंट को एक्टिव ड्यूटी में मारोगे तो एंड ऑफ लाइफ है, ये स्टेट रूल है, इसको उन्होंने चेंज कर दिया, कहा कि नहीं जा सकते। सो वर सेट आउट ऑन परोल। एक तरीका ये होता है। दूसरा तरीका ये होता है, आनंद मोहन का केस समझ लो, ये समझ जाओ। आनंद मोहन कौन थे? आनंद मोहन थे गुंडे, गुंडे कम एमएलए, ठीक है, बिहार का केस है। अब इसे कोई जानता तो नहीं है? पक्का? तो उसको देख क्यों रहा था? जानता है? अच्छा, देयर वाज अ तमिलनाडु cadre or a Karnataka, sorry, Tamil Nadu or a Karnataka officer in Bihar cadre called Krishnaiya. Krishnaiya was on active duty in Bihar. साहब को दिन दहाड़े allegedly आनंद मोहन के लोगों ने गोली मारी, मर गए वो। The law says simple death penalty. अगर सिविल सर्वेंट को मारा है तो डेथ पेनल्टी, पहले तो वो था। वहां से हाई कोर्ट ने करा कम्यूट, लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट, जेल में। स्टेट गवर्नमेंट ने पैरोल रेमिशन रूल्स चेंज करके जल्दी निकाल दिया। तो सारा केस यही था कि इज इट कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली ऑल राइट, बिकॉज इलेक्शन आने वाले हैं, इंपॉर्टेंट फिगर, ये सब वो सब, ठीक है। बट द लार्जर कॉन्सेप्ट इज लाइटनिंग पनिशमेंट्स। प्रेसिडेंट कर सकते हैं, गवर्नर कर सकते हैं, द स्टेट कैन डू इट, राइट। वी आर जस्ट टॉकिंग अबाउट द प्रेसिडेंट राइट नाउ। आर वी ओके विद दिस thus far? Yes or no? पक्का? श्योर? सॉरी, देखो, वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन। कानून लेजिस्लेचर ने बनाया, पुलिस एग्जीक्यूटिव की है, जजमेंट जज ने दिया, घर भेजने के लिए कौन बचा? तो जुडिशरी से भी तो गलती हो सकती है, वो भी इंसान ही है, मोटा ही तो क्या हुआ, इंसान है ना, इंसान ही तो है। यहां तो एक इंसान डिसाइड कर रहा है ना तूने खून किया है कि नहीं किया है, इनसे गलती नहीं हो सकती। सारी खेल वही है, तो लास्ट रिजॉर्ट है ना। ये नहीं होगा कि एफआईआर हो गई आपकी यहां का रोलबाग थाने में, जाके राष्ट्रपति भवन में उबर करा के बैठे। You will reach for a presidential pardon. The general principle is when you have exhausted all legal remedy. ठीक है, ऐसे नहीं होता। जब सब द्वार बंद हो जाए तब चुचा के पास जाओ, ऐसे नहीं जा सकते। और यहां पे भी मल्टीपल लेयर्स है ना। लोअर क्रिमिनल कोर्ट है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट है, हाई कोर्ट है, हाई कोर्ट में मल्टीपल बेंचेस हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में मल्टीपल बेंचेस हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में रिव्यू पिटिशन है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में क्यूरेटिव पिटिशन है। अगर इतना ही बुरा हाल है फिर जाओ प्रेसिडेंट। आप किसी की जान ले रहे हो साहब। अब यही बात है कि क्या पता इतने सालों से जेल में रहे हो, कोई 30 साल से जेल में रहा है, उसकी जिंदगी मौत से कम थोड़ी है, ऐसा पोइटिक मैं बोल रहा हूं। आपका क्वेश्चन सही है कि ऐसा क्या ही है जो डेथ पेनल्टी को पार्डन कर दो। पहली बात तो डेथ पेनल्टी दी ही क्यों? अगर पेनल्टी दे सकते हो तो पार्डन कर भी सकते हो। एंड डेथ पेनल्टी का रूल है, कोई भी कोर्ट दे डेथ पेनल्टी, कंफर्म हाई कोर्ट करती है, उसको अप्रूव हाई कोर्ट करती है। क्यों? बिकॉज लोअर कोर्ट से सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर्स, लोअर कोर्ट जजेस आर अपॉइंटेड बाय स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स, executive state, laws are state. So the High Court, Supreme Court collegium appoints High Court, Supreme Court judges. so they confirm the death penalty. Please ask. किसमें किसमें? निर्भया केस में क्या किया था? क्या किया था? कंफर्म डेथ पेनल्टी सुप्रीम कोर्ट में। नहीं दिखाना किधर लिखा है, कब मोबाइल खोल। एक्विटल कि आर द चार्जेस विड्रॉन? नहीं, दैट्स नॉट नेसेसरी। ठीक है, हाँ आप क्वेश्चन कर सकते हो, पिटिशन सुने या ना सुने, केस केस पे है, डिस्क्रेशन। एक सेकेंड, आई विल कम टू योर क्वेश्चन। अब देखिए, एक सेकेंड, इस पूरे हिसाब किताब को, एक मिनट पहले उनका फिर आपका, इस पूरे हिसाब किताब को मर्सी पिटिशन कहते हैं। इट्स द कॉमन वर्ड, इट कुड बी इन एनी फॉर्म। ये सब एक तरह से दया है। बादशाह का गाना ना, मर्सी मी मर्सी। नाउ petition, please understand the procedure once and for all. This is the exact procedure. The president will receive, directly the president will receive a mercy petition कि साहब मेरे को परसों लटकाने वाले हैं, बचा लो। Simple. The president will send the home ministry the petition. ठीक है? The home ministry will send the petition to the state government in question. Confirm High Court ने किया होगा डेथ पेनल्टी का, let's say if the death penalty thing, एक बार स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का ओपिनियन लेगा। On behalf of the state government, whatever opinion state government gives, the home ministry is going to prepare a larger opinion on behalf of the council of ministers. सबको बिठा के कि स्टेट का ये रिस्पॉन्स आया है, सेंट्रल काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स आपके क्या इनपुट्स हैं, होम मिनिस्ट्री एक फाइनल रिस्पॉन्स बनाई। ठीक है? नाउ ऑल्दो द प्रेसिडेंट मस्ट फॉलो द एडवाइस ऑफ द काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स अंडर 74(1), it also gives them the authority, it also gives the president the authority to send it back for reconsideration. Anything reconsideration के लिए आप भेज सकते, except money bill and constitutional amendments. ठीक है? तो होम मिनिस्ट्री ने मिनिस्ट्री के बिहाफ पे प्रेसिडेंट बोला लटका दो। प्रेसिडेंट ने बोला अरे दोबारा सोचना एक बार, तो दोबारा सोच के वापस आएगा, तब तो प्रेसिडेंट को मानना पड़ेगा, बस और कुछ नहीं। ठीक है? दिस इज ऑल अ लार्जर इकोसिस्टम ऑफ लाइटनिंग पनिशमेंट्स। आप कुछ पूछ रहे थे, बताइए। यू कैनॉट गिव, या तो सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर्स बचा लो या पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी बचा लो। क्या बचाओगे? पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी। पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी है तो थोड़ी बहुत सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर्स है। प्रेसिडेंशियल डेमोक्रेसी होती तो पूछना ही नहीं पड़ता ना। द यूएस प्रेसिडेंट हैज एब्सोल्यूट पार्डन, यहां नहीं है। See, you'll have to make certain tough choices, and these tough choices are based on the fact that you are holding government office. ये सब choice है ना। इक्वालिटी और सोशलिज्म में चॉइस थी, लिबर्टी और नेशनल सिक्योरिटी में चॉइस थी, सेपरेशन ऑफ पावर्स और पार्लियामेंट्री डेमोक्रेसी में चॉइस है। नाउ यू हैव मेड योर चॉइस, या तो देश बचा लो या जान बचा लो। देश बचाओगे ना, बस बचा लिया देश, देखो वाह वाह। आर वी क्लियर ऑन दिस? आप प्रेसिडेंट हेड ऑफ जुडिशरी, नो 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 नो, ऐसा बाहर कभी नहीं बोल, नहीं नहीं। तो ओथ ही तो दिला रहे, ओथ तो मैं भी दिलाता हूं रोज, आपको बोलता हूं ना अच्छे से रहना, पढ़ाई लिखाई करना, एक दूसरे का मत काटना, अच्छे से रहना, खुश रहना, ऑलवेज डू द राइट थिंग। मैं बोलता हूं ना आपको, आप करते डू द राइट थिंग, नहीं करते ना, 5 बजे क्लास जाते हो ना, फिर चल, आर वी ओके विद दिस? समझ में आया? यस। सो ओथ इज लाइक अ कमिटमेंट दैट यू मेक। वैलेंटाइंस डे पे कार्ड लिखता है तू? लिखता है कि नहीं? अब लिख ले। ओथ इज व्हाट यू ट्रूली वांट टू डू, है ना? एक्शन नॉट वर्ड्स, ठीक है? पक्का? सो दिस डज नॉट गिव द प्रेसिडेंट एनी हाइटेंड जुडिशियल पावर। ओथ ही तो दिलाया है, यस और नो? प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शंस का डिस्प्यूट भी तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ही जाता है। फिर सी, one of the most difficult questions to answer is in between LEJ and the president, who is more powerful than the other? जमाने निकल जाएंगे, किताबें खत्म हो जाएंगी, इसका जवाब नहीं मिलेगा। और कुछ सवालों का जवाब हमें जिंदगी में ढूंढना नहीं चाहिए, है ना? ये उन सवालों में से एक है, ठीक है? अंडरस्टूड? यस। कितना एक क्लास लगी, पावर्स ऑफ द प्रेसिडेंट खत्म, कल एग्जीक्यूटिव होता है, एनालिसिस करते हैं, आगे बढ़ते हैं, सिंपल। 2 दिन और वी डन विद थीम 4। आया समझ में? बस, टफ पार्ट इज ओवर, अभी बहुत आसान है। मेरे लिए एक काम कर लेना, द रेफरेंस आर्टिकल्स दैट वी हैव गॉन थ्रू, प्लीज एक बार फ्रॉम द बेड टेक्स्ट ऑफ द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन एक बार पढ़ लेना। आई जस्ट गिव यू द कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल टेक्स्ट। हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। पार्डन एक्सेप्शन है यार, पार्डन का भी रूल हो ही नहीं सकता। जब राइट ही नहीं है तो रूल कैसे हो सकता है? आज जितने भी आर्टिकल्स हमने क्लास में रेफरेंस करे हैं ना, यस, कल क्लास के पहले 52 से लेके 73, इनफैक्ट 75 तक पढ़ के आना, ठीक है? मतलब से मैं बता देता हूं, एक्चुअली आर्टिकल नंबर्स लिख लो, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61 एंड 62, 62 तक, ठीक है? फिर 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70 मिस कर देना, ठीक है? 69 तक, 69 तक, 70 to 73 एंड 74 to 75 ये पढ़ के आना, ठीक है? स्पेसिफिकली 74 to 75 इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर टुमारोज क्लास। जो प्रेसिडेंट और प्राइम मिनिस्टर के जो संबंध हैं, उन संबंधों पर हम चर्चा करेंगे, ठीक है? कैसे वो एक दूसरे से बात करते हैं, उनके काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स का क्या एडवाइस रहता है, ठीक है? समझ में आया? चलो।